Lana. Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now that works. Perfect. Can you see us?
Great. Okay, so I can see myself on the big screen as well. And is the voice okay?
Yeah, everything goes okay. So we can hear you. You can hear us. We can see you. Can you see us as well?
I don't hear you well.
Can you see us?
Now it's better. Yes, I
Now
can
it's
hear
better.
you now.
Okay. So everything is okay. And this is the link.
Okay.
If there's something wrong, please just let me know. But everything has to work well in the afternoon for the panel. Okay.
It's breaking. I can hear you, but very badly, and it's breaking. I'm trying to see if I can get a better sound. Can you try speaking again, please?
Now? Can you now? So the sound works well.
Now it's okay. Now
The
I can
sound
hear
goes
you.
okay. And
Yes.
the screen,
Okay.
the image?
Great. Okay, Miguel, thank you, and I'm sorry for this last minute. I know you're busy waiting for things to start, but I will see you later. I'll be watching on live YouTube, and then I'll join for the panel and the workshop, of course.
Okay. See you in the afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy the meeting on remote. Bye-bye. Thank you.
the links. Trying to get a hold of Esther, but obviously is Samira there already? Petra?
Mhm.
Okay, we don't have her number.
Right. No, 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 no. It's okay. It's fine. 6 views on the YouTube.
Yeah, but that's because
No, no, no. It's alive. There is a guy walking.
look, it's 45 seconds. It's going to stop. Can you see the
Yeah.
time running? It's going to stop, and then you're going to get the next video, which is something stated it's like a university stated.
What the heck? This is ridiculous. And I send the. Unbelievable.
So I think she didn't just.
Ah, somehow in a
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the premises of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. My name is Miquel Àngel Esomba, a researcher and a professor of this university, and I'm very pleased to welcome you all to our university. The University Autonomous of Barcelona is one of the largest ones in Spain, with lots of research and tuition on different areas: engineering, sciences, humanities, social sciences as well, and with a faculty of education responsible for teacher training and research on education. This university has its main premises outside the city, in the outskirts, 15 kilometers far from the city center, but now we are in this wonderful building, Casa da Convalescència, an old hospital that has been rebuilt as a place for research and meetings like ours. We feel very happy to welcome you in this place because Casa da Convalescència is somewhere where people can meet and share ideas, knowledge, and build up new proposals in education, but also in other fields. I do hope that you're going to have a very pleasant meeting today. It will be a long day, plenty of experiences in terms of discussion among us, and I wish you all the best in Barcelona. You have the opportunity to stay a bit longer and enjoy the city. Please don't forget that today is the festivity of the city, the 24th of September. That is the reason why you will be able to see that there will be lots of different activities in the streets to enjoy this festivity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And good morning and welcome. And just to say what wonderful venue it is for us to be meeting and how nice it is to be again meeting face to face. I think that that is so important, particularly in this wonderful city. And I think today there's a very interesting, and as I said, a long day, but a very interesting day, because all the digital competencies are something which have been developing over time. But one of the things with COVID has been that a lot of those things have been accelerated through necessity. Schools, individuals, school leaders, school staff have had to develop their skills and competencies very quickly over this period of time. And significant resources are being placed to enable that to happen. And even this meeting, in a sense, when we look back to, before pre-COVID, we would be attending here, but we probably wouldn't have had people listening in on Zoom meetings and things like that. So things have changed. And I think it is important for us to remember that. And also, as we move on, and hopefully we are coming out of the pandemic, but to actually look at what we have achieved in that time, particularly in the digital area, and make sure that it remains embedded and that we use it to progress further. And we don't just go back to what we did in the past. Sometimes it's easier to do that, particularly when we have been, as a profession in education, really put to the test, and many people feel exhausted. But I think now is the chance for innovation, development, and it is a really exciting chance. And I think today will help us to work out really what those skills are, what digital competencies are needed, and will help us to move forward, and most importantly, to embed it, to help our students and our staff to have an exciting and meaningful curriculum that is appropriate for the world that our children and students are growing up into. So thank you and have a good day.
Good morning, buen día. I can't start today, and I am sorry to say that, but I can't start without underlying that the former president of Catalonia has been arrested in Italy yesterday. I am so sorry. I don't like to talk about politics. I always talk about policy, but I don't want my country to solve these problems that way, and I have to say that today. I talk about the matters of today. I want to underline 4 big challenges that we are facing as a government of Catalonia in the matter of developing professional skills on teachers, and especially the digitalization of the educational system. The first of these 4 challenges is the logistic challenge. We have been providing until now 240,000 computers for the system. That's the half part that we want to provide, and we want to cover from 5th grade of primary until the post-compulsory higher education. So we are in the logistic challenge. We are at the half part of our way, and we expect to finish that way at the end of 2022. We also are finishing the challenge of connectivity for all the system, and also providing computers to all of teachers of the system. So that's the logistic challenge. We have to finish it, but we are achieving that challenge. But the main challenges are the challenges related to the pedagogic and educational transformation. And let me underline those 3 challenges we are focusing right now. The first one is, how do we ensure basic competence to all teaching entering the system? It's important to say that Spain is almost the only country in Europe that doesn't have an induction system for the teachers entering the educational system. So we don't have a period of 1 year to teach the teachers in practice. And that's an important, that's a big problem for our system, because we cannot ensure the quality, the basic quality, the basic skills of the teachers. We cannot teach some aspects, or we cannot fix or ensure skills like how do humans learn. We cannot focus on that aspect in these initial teachers. We cannot focus about how to manage a classroom or a situation where people have to learn. We cannot teach or fix in a practical way skills related to emotional skills. We cannot, for example, train the teachers about self-evaluation. We have a huge problem with self-evaluation with our teachers, or, for example, in communications and teamwork. We are strongly working to start a program of induction in Catalonia, and we expect to announce that innovation the sooner the better. and of course, incorporating the digital skills in this program. The second important challenge is about how do we ensure that teachers, active teachers, improve that basic skills for teachers, but also other skills related to some responsibilities. We start to have good programs to principals, but we don't have good programs to teachers that start to lead, start to get some responsibilities. For example, we have problems making that those teachers develop skills related to manage teams, to manage time, or how to lead, not only in the school, but in the community around the school and in their municipality. We also want to improve that kind of, we want to start programs to solve that problem, and we don't want to make the mistake of starting classical training to teach that competences. So we are trying to find which kind of tractor projects or new training we have to start. We are thinking about giving the teachers, for example, a right to get coaching sessions, maybe X hours each 2, 3, or 4 years, or we are thinking about have special practice training and reflexive training in schools, not individual training, but in schools. So that's another challenge about how to develop those skills in active teachers, but with a training that incorporates all evidence that actually exists. And the third challenge is how to increase digital competencies, knowing that two important aspects. The first is that humans need to learn new pedagogies while learning to develop digital competencies. So if we want to really improve digital competencies, we have to do it through new pedagogies like project learning or like collaborative learning or all that ways of learning that neuroscience says that we humans learn. So we are really trying to understand how can we give training understanding that challenge. And the other aspect we are trying to solve is that we know that we need to expose to real experiences teachers in order to really ensure they learn how to implement digital skills. And we don't have still now too much schools where expose other teachers on how to learn, on how to put in practice that digitalization. So we are working on how to take a good amount of teachers and expose them on new approaches of education and digitalization altogether. And in that way, what we are developing and trying to do is mentoring schools with people specially trained to implement digital strategy in schools, but also mentors that can transform the way teachers teach. Okay, so one line is mentoring teachers and schools. The other way is detecting good practices and make some kind of events in all the territory to expose teachers to this kind of really good practices in order to make real experiences give real experiences to those teachers, not only theoric training. And the third line that we are working is to create maybe 30 or 60 schools that in 3 years can be a reference for other schools in digitalization. So in 3 years, we can send or we can offer to all teachers on all the schools these new transformed schools to the whole system in order to understand in a practical way how to digitalize the education. And those three are the challenges that we are focusing, and these are the strategies we are trying to create in order to make sustainable that investment that we are now putting in digitalization and professional development. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mr. Cuevas, Director General for Innovation and Digitalization at the Department of Education in the Catalan government. And we also count on the distinguished attendance of Michael Teutsch. He's on remote, Head of Unit of Schools and Multilingualism at the European Commission. Mr. Teutsch, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Dear members of the European Education Policy Network, thank you so much for inviting me to this conference, and also thank you to the Autonomous University of Barcelona for hosting parts of it, the part which is sort of their own place. This is a hybrid conference, which of course illustrates a lot what we are discussing at the moment, also at school level. I mean, the conference, it sums up a year of work that you've been doing. You're discussing final policy recommendation and in particular focus on the roles and competence for teachers in the digital age. And I must say, from the Commission's point of view, given the wide composition of the network, I must really say that we have very high expectations and very much looking forward to see the recommendations. Just a few words before we start on the topic of a specific topic. I would just like to remind that the overall framework we're working in, what is that? I mean, the Commission has launched a strategy to work together in Europe to establish a European education area. The European education area has a lot to do with mobility, with offering pupils, learners, teachers, other staff to move around in Europe to get their learning recognized. But it has also the idea to work together, to put the brains together, to put the experience together in order to achieve certain education objectives. And the education objectives, I mean, that are really shared by all member states of the European Union are really those to have quality and inclusive education, to have also green education, to go ahead with the digital transition, and all countries, and that's why also our education strategies put teachers and the education staff, school leaders at the center of our work. That's why we have this network, and that's why we really want to engage and discuss with you very intensively, so that we have from you a certain input also from academic and practitioner side on what can be done to support teachers and to make sure that the policies and the objectives we have in mind are actually implemented. Because of course, I mean, as has also been said, I mean, nothing is going to happen if teachers are not on board. They are the experts we're looking on. My colleague Tapio Servela will later this afternoon also explain a bit more about the strategies, the different components, but I really would like to really recall that this is an education strategy which has been proposed by the Commission in September last year, and now has also the political support from all ministers across the Union, and where we really would like to move forward in the agenda and to support each other. A few words on the topic of today's conference. I mean, the digital learning, because of course that is something which has always been very important, has been developing over the years, but given the experiences we had to make over the last 18 months or so, it has become, of course, it has exploded in terms of importance. We know that the potential is digital tools is huge, as also your report highlights. It can help to individualize learning, it can support teachers in their task, it can help with the assessments so that more time is available for individual following of teachers. This has all been seen. At the same time, we've seen that with this development and everything, we've basically had it in a magnifying glass during this crisis, that we've seen also very good innovation, but we have seen rather harshly the big weaknesses that there still are. And we've seen teachers in particular who've been fantastic, innovative, and we've been teachers who've been struggling for different reasons, not getting the support, not being prepared, all sorts of reasons, not having the infrastructure, not having the training. But this is something which really has to be tackled, and this is also why we very much count on your support. And this is also why from the Commission, I mean, we have the European education area as our overarching strategy, but together with this, we have developed a specific strategy for learning in the digital world, the Digital Education Action Plan, in which we sort of promote a real number of issues further in this area. There's a lot in there. There's a lot about teachers in there. There's a lot about basic skills in there. There's lots of working together on technologies, on strategies. So if you haven't seen it yet, have a look. It's really a nice strategy and very complete. One point that I've been working on with my team that I would like to stress here also is a recent council recommendation, proposal for a council recommendation on blended learning. And I want to highlight this in order to also make clear that what we are seeking here is, of course, not to generalize digital education or the distance learning as a sake for itself. It is, of course, a tool to make education better, to have more qualitative, high-quality education, and to have more inclusive education. And what we're doing here at the moment is to say, how can we keep pace with the developments of the world, and how can we also draw the lessons and the lessons that we've seen over the last 18 years, and keep the good experiences also for when this pandemic will be over, in order to make learning more interesting. Because I mean, one thing I'm a bit afraid of, that everyone will say that the pandemic is over, and then of course everything is fine, and we just go back to what happened 2 years ago. But that would be a mistake. I think we really have to look what we've learned, because of course the education world was not perfect also 24 months ago. We have to look at the challenges that were there, take on the new ones, work on it. I'll stop it here and then come back really to the policy recommendations. We really hope that from the work that you have in your academic network with the practitioners there, you will have policy recommendations developed which will benefit practitioners, but also policymakers in Europe. We have a lot from our perspective in the Commission. We have a lot of contacts with our ministry colleagues. We really hope from you to give us a little bit of the extra to see what's possible in implementation, what is the practical input we can give, so that we can tell policymakers, listen, here's some extra ideas that the academics have thought about, and it is good to promote further learning in Europe. I know that's quite a call, but I mean, we trust you that with all the experience you have, this will be possible, and I'm very much looking forward to the outcomes, and myself and my team will do everything possible to help you. So I wish you a very successful conference. I look forward to hearing the results. Thank you.
Thank you very very much, Mr. Deutsch, for your words. And now here comes the moment to start with the content of our meeting. And we kindly invite Esther Salomon for these highlights on the work done during the year 2 of our network.
Microphone. No, it's okay. Thank you. Well, I think this is very typical. We are talking about the outcomes of a year that we have spent on the implications of the digital age. First, we had a broken streaming link, and now we're struggling with technology again. And I think it very nicely gives us a framework, how we are still getting used to using digital technology in education. What I'm going to very briefly present here is the highlights of the research that we've been doing in EEPN this year. Just to recap, most of you are members of EEPN, so you know it very well, that at the moment we have a network of 30 partners from 19 countries. Hopefully next year it's going to be 21 countries and 35 partners of school stakeholders, policymakers, and researchers. And every year we collect together current practices, research, and policies. And on that basis, we are trying to figure out the context, have highlighted examples, analyze them, and try to offer advice. And the final outcome of the year's work is the policy recommendations that we're going to discuss today. EEPN is a unique research network or research-based policy network because we have a very specific way to reaching the policy recommendations. We are doing desk research that is not as rigorous as most academic desk research activities are. We are not using a search engine, we are not doing systematic research, but we are working with the input that we are receiving from our members. But for that reason, it's on the one hand much more authentic. And also we can analyze examples from as many languages as we have in the network because we're asking all the partners to explain in English and summarize the examples that they are providing. In desk research, when you are using some tools, very often there is a language limitation. And one of the great things in EEPN is that we are not limited to the number of languages that the researchers speak. And also, the examples that you are providing, that the EEPN members are providing, are driven to a certain extent by partner interests, which is great because that way we can formulate the policy recommendations in a way that help you in your national context, but also there is a possibility that we're missing out on a few things. Of course, we cannot know it. We first meet in the researcher groups. We clarify what questions we are going to ask the network. Then we are asking the network to give input. We are also consulting the members in normal times in a face-to-face meeting. And then the research is done in a way that it leads to tentative policy recommendations. And then our partners who are responsible for policy recommendations are working on the basis of not just the research, but also the conclusions that the researchers have already made towards policy. It's also a very unique thing is that in this research and policy network, the social partners, the education employers and employees are engaged. So also having the Commission's eye on us all the time makes it possible to really connect EU policymaking with national, local, regional levels. In year 2, as you know, and this is the title of this conference, we had the very broad topic. We will have an even broader one in year 3. But in year 2, we had new roles and competencies for teachers and school leaders in the digital age. And we were looking more in detail into 5 topics, technical tools and competencies related to them, communication literacies, multilingualism and critical thinking, collaborative teaching and collaborative school leadership, entrepreneurial skills and competencies related to the topic, and active digital citizenship. And we came up with a very coin-sized summary. This is a product by our research coordinator, Pete Kelly, who is unfortunately only virtually with us. What we have found is that there are certain elements that are unique for all these sections of the topic, but we also found some common ground, and most of these common ground elements are related to the digital infrastructure of schools and the digital maturity of schools. It is also a general outcome of all the papers that schools should become, or already are, learning communities where networking and collaboration are very important. Also, it has been a highlighted element that teacher development, teachers' professional development has been very, very important. We also need more research. We need trust and leadership, participation and agency. And last but absolutely not least, time to adjust, and also time to figure out how it can work properly for all children's interests. And I'm going to highlight just a few ideas from all the research papers. I'm not going to read out my slides because we're going to share them anyway. But I think it's interesting to recap what we have found in the different research papers separately. When it comes to the technical skills, I think it's obvious that we have found evidence of the digital divide, not just among students, but also among teachers. We have also found, not surprisingly, that digital technology use can be very beneficial for the inclusion of students, but also very often the technological the availability of technology is not yet there. So the school closure periods actually showed us that while these are the students who would benefit most from digital technology, if they don't have access to the tools and internet, then it's really a lost cause. What we have found, and I think it's important, that even after a year of coming in and out of digital teaching, the use of digital tools in classrooms is still underexploited. And of course, there is a huge variety within Europe. It's not totally clear what is the effect of digital technologies on students is. So definitely one of the outcomes of this paper is that we need more research to show and see what is beneficial for our students and what is not. When it comes to collaborative learning and school leadership, the most important outcome is that they go in hand. And we also see that neither collaborative learning nor collaborative school leadership are practiced as extensively as it could be used in Europe. Hopefully, the widening use of digital technologies will also lead to more collaboration, both in learning and teaching and in school leadership. What is also an interesting finding highlighted in this research report, but also resonated in the other ones, that there are several examples, several good practices, or I would rather say inspiring practices, that can work in various environments. So sharing of experiences is more than important, because we can learn from each other's success stories, and we can also learn from each other's failures, because if we know that something has failed, then we are likely not to repeat the failure. When it comes to entrepreneurship, we have very strong body of evidence showing that entrepreneurship among teachers in general has not been very high on the agenda, and also very often people choosing teaching professions are not the most entrepreneurial ones, nothing surprising there. But we have also found that with the right professional guidance and development support, the mindset can change, and different entrepreneurial skills, not the enterprising, business-like skills, but resilience, critical thinking, creativity can really, really be developed, and it's very, very beneficial for the school, and it's very beneficial for the end users, the children there. What I highlighted in this slide, but also it's true for all the research outcomes, is that we really need a holistic and comprehensive approach. In this paper, we call it open schooling. the Commission more or less calls the same thing a whole school approach, but for all the elements of this research, a whole school approach or open schooling approaches are very, very beneficial. Actually, in the next year, we will deal a lot with the whole school approach and how it can be realized in schools in Europe. We had this very complex research on communication literacies, multilingual and critical thinking skills in teaching and learning. They are very much interrelated, and I have highlighted a few things related to all of these subtopics. One is about the communication skills that are necessarily different for digital communication and how we need to learn more. We have seen that the restrictions and the school closures actually acted as accelerators. So communication and also the quality of communication has been much higher in the last year. Also, we try to find ways different countries are dealing with multiple literacies. It is gaining ground in curriculum design, but what we have found is that there is very little support for teachers and school leaders for actually implementing it. What I can say, because very often what we get from colleagues is when we have Finnish examples that, yeah, but you always come with Finland as the good guys. Actually, what we have found with multiple literacies that not even in Finland there is the necessary support for teachers and school leaders, although they do have an obligation to have a curriculum focusing on multiple literacies. And also what is a very important thing in Europe with schools getting more and more diverse, most probably the last year and a half has seen less mobility within Europe, but what we see is that considering the cultural diversity and especially the linguistic diversity in schools is something that is quite underdeveloped in Europe, but it's very important. And the last paper was about active citizenship skills and active digital citizenship skills. It's again something that I highlighted on this slide, but it's true for most of these topics. What we have found that there are several initiatives and also several policy examples highlighting how important it is to develop these skills of students. But what we have found, and it's especially true for the active citizenship field, is that there are very few initiatives and very few successful examples of teacher competence development, not for teaching active digital citizenship, but for being active digital citizens. And especially in the field of digital technology use and living in the digital age, it is a very, very important topic, how we can really develop the competences of teachers and school leaders, because we know that all our students, and in an increasing number, most of the parents, are digital natives, while very many in the teaching force are the so-called digital immigrants. So we are in a situation when our students and parents are very often much more confident and also competent using technologies. And what we need to do is link very, very strong teacher competences that are in the analog field to the life in the digital age. And for this reason, we really have to focus on how we can support the people and not just how we can introduce policies. This is a very short summary of what we have found in research. I'm going to share my slides. This is the reason why I just had a summary on the billboard also for our remote participants. And we are going to continue this work, hopefully, if the European Commission accepts our work plan for year 3. And I hope that we will be able to present similar outcomes in a year to this audience. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And now it is the time to listen to another participant, Agnes Roman. She is on remote. So we kindly, once the presentation is over, and she's online.
Hello, can you confirm me that you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for attending on remote, Agnes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear participants, you received the policy recommendations of the project, which is entitled New Roles and Competencies for Teachers and School Leaders in the Digital Age, which is a joint work of the project leaders and the partners in the last several months. It is based on the project research papers, and here I would like to thank you for the researchers for all their excellent work to do these research papers. ETUC, based on its extensive policy experience, was responsible for coordinating the work. You see our name on the policy recommendations, but actually, this is indeed a joint work of fruitful cooperation between project leaders who are representing school leaders, teachers, teacher trade unions, education employers, university researchers, and many other important organizations and associations representing schools and school actors. The policy recommendation is indeed a contribution to the European Commission's policy initiatives, most importantly to the European education area, which was mentioned by Michael Teutsch in the morning. The policy recommendations, as you can see, focuses on the role of teachers and school leaders they play within the digital transition of education. Most importantly, the recommendation is a contribution and the project network is also a contribution to implement the European Pillar of Social Rights, and in particular its first principle to make quality and inclusive education, training and lifelong learning a right for everyone. School leadership indeed plays an essential role to achieve this goal. As mentioned, the focus of the second year project was teaching and school leadership in the digital age, and while the COVID crisis and its impact on schools, learners, parents, teachers, and school heads was also discussed among the project partners. The recommendations, you can see, they are short and concise in order to be meaningful for everyone who works at decision making and who has a say on the recovery from the COVID crisis. It calls EU institutions, the member states, national and regional and local decision makers. The recommendations highlight the following: that it is important to deal with the challenges and benefits of the digital learning and teaching, but also it's important to respect the social, in-person interaction of schools, which is not replaceable by the screen ways of teaching. It asks also investment to ensure good quality of teaching and school leadership with the use of digital tools, and in teaching and in school leadership in general. And it supports digital pedagogies and also asks more investment and support to the initial education and continuous professional development of school heads, teachers, and education staff. The list of recommendations promote a whole school approach and being schools as learning environments for all who are learning and working in the schools. It puts an emphasis on collaboration and collaborative school leadership and on the use of digital tools for networking with other local actors. Democratic governance of the digitalization of schools and within planning and implementing national reforms is essential. Educational social partners, stakeholders, organizations representing parents, students, researchers need to be heard by the ministries to make digitalization of education a success. Of course, in the COVID, we experienced that the social gap widened as many students could not afford to have IT tools and they needed support to that. The recommendations therefore also underlines the need to ensure equal access to digital learning to all, and that active citizenship needs to be improved for all learners also by using digital tools. Of course, as we are a primary research organization, a research network, we highlight at the end of the recommendations that more research should be done on the use and the impact of digital tools on learning, teaching, and school leadership, but especially on the long-term impact of the full digitalization of education which happened during COVID, an issue with which the project could not deal with in depth because at this point we don't have enough data and we cannot really see the clarity of the impact of COVID on education in the long term. I would like to encourage you all, dear participants, on behalf of the project partnership, to take the recommendations with you and use it. In the afternoon workshops, you can share your views about the project recommendations and actually how do you think that they will contribute to your work at national, regional or local level. We really would like that these recommendations are not ending up in a shelf of a desk. We want that these recommendations are really alive and being used, and you have an essential role to play on this. In the late afternoon, there will be also panel discussions on how exactly this can be used. I wish you therefore a fruitful day. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And according to the program, we're going to have a coffee break, but it seems there's some key information before.
The ESHA board to ask the EEPN network members. We have a networking session from 6 to 7, and we have the reception at 7, which means that those participants who are not members of EEPN will have a possibility to walk around or something like that. And the ESHA board asked me to ask the participants whether you would like to keep this networking session or you would like to have it more informally in the breaks and to rather have the reception earlier. So I'm asking, the easiest way is to ask you to raise hands. So those who are members of the EEPN network, would you like to keep the networking session between 6 and 7? Please put your hands up if you want to keep the session between 6 and 7. No? Okay, then, so then we are there, so we can discuss work plan, budget, activities, and we will try to rearrange the reception to start earlier. Sorry for coming into your coffee break, but we had to ask this question as early as possible, and I didn't want to interrupt the formal opening. So we will announce it, I think, before the last plenary session, but most probably will not have the networking session. Please network informally, and then we will try to have the reception a bit earlier. Thank you, and enjoy your coffee.
Thank you. To have the coffee, please, you just go downstairs and you will find some notices and advertisements to indicate where the coffee break is. We meet again at 10:30.
Okay. As people are still getting back from the coffee break, I still think we should continue because we have some remote participants who are waiting eagerly to listen to the keynote speeches. It is my great pleasure to introduce you Dr. Camacho Marti, and she's going to talk about digital competence and the role of school heads when innovation and research meet. The floor is yours.
Good morning. From the organization, they asked us to introduce ourselves. So I'm Dr. Marc Camacho. I'm Professor of Educational Technology at University Rovira i Virgili in Tarragona. My field of expertise is educational technology, and in the recent years, I've been working a lot as in the field of mobile learning. The last 3 years, from June 2018 to 2021, I was the former DG of Innovation, Research and Digital Culture in the Department of Education, in the Catalan Ministry of Education. During that time, it was the first time that the digital culture, this digital component was introduced in the government and in the category of Directorate General. And we also, what we did was to introduce research, a research unit within the Department of Education, thinking that there's an important need, and we're going to see it during this presentation, of include research within these educational institutions. Before I start, I'd like to thank the organization of this annual meeting for their kind invitation to participate in this event. This year conference topic is new roles and competencies for teachers and school leaders in the digital age. And although this topic is in itself of great importance, it's more than evident that it acquires a magnificent meaning in the post-COVID times. I have been working in the field of educational technology for many years now, and the discourse is not new. We need to prepare our students to become digitally competent in order to face all the challenges that living and working in the digital age convey. Evidently, new roles and competencies for teachers and school leaders need to be rethought if we want our educational systems to progress and to advance. Therefore, it is essential that educational institutions focus on them as the key stakeholders that they are when it comes to address and to promote change. At a time when innovations and advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence or big data are acquiring more and more relevance and shaping all the fields of society, it's extremely important as well that educational authorities foresee their potential also in education and include them as many institutions, as UNESCO, for example, is already doing in their agendas. As you can see, the title of this keynote speech is Digital Competence and the Role of School Heads when Innovation, Digitalization, and Research Meet. We will analyze in which ways research can support the implementation of policy recommendations and what is more important, how this research is connected to the needs of schools and their leaders and teachers, something that unfortunately and in many cases still doesn't happen. This keynote then will address 5 key issues and conclude with 5 ideas also to sum them up. So the first idea, the first topic I wanted to tackle is this post-COVID educational crisis. The state of education around the world in the era post-COVID is evidenced by the tremendous inequalities that the pandemic times have left behind. It's important to focus on equity, to investigate how progress through education and the associated learning and labor market outcomes are impacted by dimensions such as gender, socioeconomic status, or country of birth and regional location, as OECD's recent report, Education at a Glance 2021, states. In this context, when the digital gap acquires special relevance. The second idea is the digitally competent teachers, the need of digitally competent teachers and digitally competent school teachers for digitally competent schools. And I'd like to draw your attention on these facts that were published by the European Commission when the Digital Education Action Plan was presented. 90% of future jobs will require digital skills. 44% of Europeans lack basic digital skills. This was published, I think, 2 years ago in the first presentation of the Digital Action Plan. Less than 20% of ICT professionals are female. More than 40,000 schools lack broadband connection. And digital well-being is threatened by misinformation, cyberbullying, and data privacy issues. Apart from that, as you all may know, the European Commission also launched some years ago these 3 huge frameworks upon which digital competence is going or should be built upon. The first one is DIGCOM, addressed to the citizenship. The second one would be DIGCOM Edu, which draws on the importance of for teachers to acquire digital competence. And the third one would be the DIGCOM Org framework, which is related to what we know as the digitally competent schools or organizations. In this case, we would talk about schools. When I was Director General during the pandemic, the first very week that we had to close our schools in March 2020, from the Ministry of Education, we had to install, as an example, we had to install 800 LMSs, that is Moodles, into 800 schools in Catalonia. We have around 5,000 schools, but there were 800 schools that didn't have any kind of digital support to carry out their practices. So that means that there were a lot of teachers, schools, high schools, school leaders that hadn't had any contact with digital technologies upon that time. So this is quite relevant, and this evidences still all the gaps and the lack of resources that we had in our educational systems. I think this example can account for other examples, and we have seen them written and published in many publications that have been appearing in the last times after this COVID emergency. When I arrived this morning, I arrived just in time to listen to the highlights by Esther and Agnes, stating this importance of digital competence among teachers and school leaders. In my opinion, school leaders have to be the catalyst of change. They have to push this transformation, the transformation of this culture within the educational centers, within schools, and their role is key and more than important. It is a fact then that the new profiles of teachers and school leaders need to include this digital competence. School leaders are the key to success, as I was saying before, if we want to face all the challenges that living in the digital age requires. Achieving a good digital competence that especially contemplates a strong methodological focus is essential when we need to connect digital competencies with the achievement of educational objectives. We should never forget this. Everything that we do with technology always has to prosecute a didactic objective. We want our students to learn. We don't bother about which technology are we going to use in every moment. We have to bother about our students and their educational success. The third idea is what Dr. Thaler says. We can do evidence-based policy without evidence. There's a lot of recent literature, as you can see here. There are a lot of reports and books and recent scientific papers that have been published. This is one, this is the other one, that have been published recently that advocate for the need to implement evidence-based research to inform educational practices. The need to gather evidence, then, is key, as it is shown by these scientific literature. And this fact, however, highlights an issue which leads us to the next idea, which is that there is still, and unfortunately, an existing gap between research and schools' real needs. Sometimes we find that there's a kind of disconnection between this research carried out by higher education institutions with what schools really need or demand. It is a widespread fact that higher education institutions sometimes may not take into account the school's real needs to develop their own policies. Instead, they put their focus on their actual needs as educational systems. Sometimes the needs of one and the needs of the other don't meet, and may be radically different or simply may not coincide. And these connections are key. And the idea, and I don't know if you've heard about them, is, or the question would be, if we are heading towards a school of evidence model. As you know, it is very important in a time when innovation and educational transformation and a lot of flashy terms are sounding around us. It's very important that that keep us focused, and schools work closely with the departments of education, with educational institutions, to provide evidence on proposed policies and to build the research in areas of importance to ministers and those driving the national agenda. When it comes to terms of fostering innovation and the transformation of schools, the possibility of having governments and institutions, as it is the case of the Education Endowment Foundation, for example, that support schools across the country in using evidence so that it has the maximum possible benefit for children and young people, would be really strong and powerful. And finally, and to conclude, and to think, and to leave you with some food for thought, these are the 5 main ideas that I wanted to focus on. The first one would be the post-COVID era has highlighted this urgent need for the digitalization of education and the acquisition of digital skills by teachers, students, and families. This is not new, as I was saying before. We've been talking about this for more than 25 years, but now it is true that the pandemic has evidence and has made all these inequalities go to the surface. In this context, the role of educational teachers is a key piece, and they are, as I was saying before, they have to be the catalyst of change within the schools. It is very important to bring research closer to the teaching and organizational practice of schools, and always place decisions in favor of the opportunities of the students and of the school needs. The third one would be the need to generate educational policies increasingly informed by evidence and foster a type of research that is sensitive, I'm going to stress this term, sensitive, to the knowledge and transformation needs of schools and as a whole of the educational system. It's important as well to start thinking on how to incorporate the analysis of big data and other advanced systems such as artificial intelligence to favor decision-making informed by evidence and precipitate innovative and systemic changes. And finally, it's really and tremendous important as well to monitor and to evaluate the impact of research from the beginning and to share achievements and progress with the entire educational community. When we go to schools to develop some research, please remind always to get this research back to them and don't leave our schools alone once we finish our researches, which happens a lot, unfortunately. That's all. I'm going to be here this morning, so if you want to discuss more about these topics, more than glad. And here are the details if you want to write or keep in touch. I wish you a fantastic stay here in Barcelona and a very nice Dia de la Mercè. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark, for this very interesting presentation. I think that it's very important to highlight the role of school leaders, because very often we focus much more on just the teachers in the classroom. And also, I think that it's a very nice link to the next keynote speaker. Probably most of you have already seen that the Council of Europe is preparing guidelines for the collaboration between schools and businesses in the field of digitalization, because what we're talking about here from the perspective of research, school practice, and education policy cannot be a reality without the companies. And to spark discussions in the workshop, and also to remember that we also have to focus on how we can collaborate with the companies, we have a short presentation from the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, which is a nonprofit organization, but they're trying to highlight the role of companies. And Caruino will be presenting about an initiative called Digital with Purpose, which will hopefully bring the voice of the schools into the world of companies, which is a relatively new and rare occasion. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. So on the screen it does say digital with purpose, just in case this is a little covered. But thanks everyone for inviting me over. It's truly a pleasure to be here. My name is Kaori Noe. I'm a director at the Global Enabling Sustainability Initiative, or GESI as we call it. And just to give you a little bit of an intro to GESI, we are an industry association that is made up of digital companies, or the wider information and communication technology sector, or ICT. We have about 30 member companies, and the membership is quite vast, so it goes from hardware to software, telecom, and everything else in between. Well, in addition to our members, we're also quite lucky to have partnering organizations that support us in our work as we try to tackle this ever-complex topic of sustainability. So these can range from academia, international organizations, other associations, etc. I'd like to talk a little bit today about what we call digital with purpose. And it all really starts with a report. We have been trying to investigate, especially because our organization is focusing on the intersection between sustainability and technology, what are the specific digital technologies that would be most impactful in the near and medium term? And how does that affect something like the Sustainable Development Goals, or the SDGs? It is a common language that a lot of sectors speak, whether that's regions or sectors. And so we worked with Deloitte to really dive into this idea of digital technologies and sustainable development. So firstly, I'd like to go into our report findings. So here's what we found. We took 7 digital technologies, and I'll list them out for you. Connectivity, 5G, cloud, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence or machine learning, virtual reality, and blockchain. Then we analyzed 169 targets across the 17 SDGs. We zoomed in into those different clusters, zoomed in again on the target clusters, and then we had 4 impact functions. How do these specific technologies help us connect, help us monitor, analyze, and augment? And then we zoomed in as well on over 500 use cases to see how these different technologies really look in the real world. And so here's what we found. We found that of the 169 SDG targets, the aforementioned technologies can help accelerate the targets, accelerate meeting these targets by 22%, and then help mitigate downtrends by 23%. What is critical to note, however, is that there are negative externalities. You can see there that digital technologies can indeed contribute more. That's really not all that surprising, but the important finding that we found in our report was these negative externalities are not really all that well addressed. Negative externalities such as the carbon footprint of our sector, the increased digital divide, job displacement due to automation, and of course the increased consumption and production of electronic waste or e-waste. And so we came out with a set of recommendations, really for the ICT sector, and then for specific key stakeholder sectors. But I want to focus on the ICT sector in particular. We knew that because a lot of the digital technologies the education stakeholders are using today are mainly produced and deployed by the private sector, we wanted to focus on what we call the 4 commitments. We want companies to lead on the 2030 agenda, on the Sustainable Development Goals. We want companies to be more transparent. We want them to recognize and address these negative externalities. And of course, we want them to operate responsibly, which for digital companies means deploying technologies that have a positive impact on society. And we received very positive feedback and response from our findings. However, we at Jessie knew that that was not enough. We knew that we needed to take action, and so with that, we decided to launch, and I apologize for the text, but we decided to launch the Digital with Purpose movement. And the whole point of the Digital with Purpose movement is to catalyze action amongst corporates, accelerate towards the achievement of the SDGs and the Paris Climate Agreement. On May 31st, we were very lucky to launch the Digital with Purpose movement together with the support of the Portuguese presidency of the EU. And we had, I would say, about 20 to 30 signatory companies, and of course we have our supporting organizations. Here's a little bit about the commitments that we expect from folks. So we ask our member companies or signatory companies to commit to the same things that I had mentioned before, those 4 commitments. Commit to the SDGs, take and report concrete action in climate change. It has to be in line with Paris Agreement. Be transparent, and then the 4th thing is to develop and deploy those digital technologies to make sure that they're actually positive, a positive impact. To the right side, you'll see the expectations of the participants, making sure that they actually contribute to the work. We have metrics and we have a framework, so we need those to be tested. And then, of course, to collaborate with others. This is a multi-sectoral issue. It's not just the private sector, it's not just education. There's a whole lot of actors working on this together. And so we'd really want the work to reflect that. And here is our framework. It's comprised of 3 components: purpose, which looks at how purpose-led a company really is. These are a set of metrics that look at how it tests the way that companies say that they're purpose-led and they're doing all these different positive impact projects. But we needed that metrics in place. The second component is the responsible business side. So these are sub-themes with metrics that look at digital trust, digital inclusion, climate change, circularity, and supply chain. And then finally, the last bucket, digitally enabled solutions. So these are the solutions and services that have a positive impact on society. And as you can see there, we're focusing right now on a few areas: health and well-being, education, climate, natural capital, and human rights. And this is just a status update of where we currently are in terms of these different themes. We've pretty much completed the purpose and the responsible business components, and we're just starting some parts of our digitally enabled solutions, but certainly education is one of those earlier areas that we're focusing on. So, in keeping with the competitive nature of the private sector, we are in the process of finalizing this roadmap within the framework, where companies have a path for progression and recognition for those that are performing within what we would consider to be quite stringent metrics in this framework. And so our framework is co-developed by experts external to Jessie, experts within those areas I'd mentioned earlier. And we have select partners that are also road testing the metrics as we speak. Just to give you an idea of that roadmap, this is the current proposal. It's still a work in progress, and so you can imagine that there's still
a few things that we have to finalize. But the current proposal looks at how a company can start out as committed. They'll commit themselves and publicly say that they are declaring themselves as a participant of digital with purpose. Therefore, they'll be scoring between 0 to 20 points within our metrics, depending on what their performance is. And then from 21 to 50 points, they would then be a developing company. 51 to 80 points, pioneering, and then 81 to 100 points, diamond. So this is really good, of course, for society and our planet. But the thing that's also quite critical is that these accreditations are a way for companies to enhance their reputation with investors, customers, other types of stakeholders as sustainable finance becomes more and more relevant for companies. And it certainly is getting more and more so. The more that we talk to our member companies at Jesse in particular. So how does this look like in education? That last component I mentioned earlier, digitally enabled solutions, as I said, work in progress, but on the topic of education, it is envisaged that the framework will reward those companies that go above and beyond their direct market. So it's one thing to deploy solutions when you know that you'll be able to sell it directly with your customers, but it's another thing, really, when you're producing something that is not your usual market. And so we're hoping that this point system, this progress and recognition system will be a process to motivate those companies. In terms of key tools and technologies, we are focusing on the solutions that have been specifically designed for education, not just tools that so happen to be used in the education field. So things like online libraries, school network platforms, platforms such as Google Classrooms is an example. And so we're very lucky to have experts such as Dr. Esther Salomon and those experts that we are working with in COIDEA to bring this vision to life by having a group of smart, passionate folks working with us to determine the commitment of companies whenever they make these public declarations, scrutinize their methodologies, score those deployed solutions that they claim to really have positive impact, and then tie it all back to this idea of purpose, or digital with purpose. So education in the digital age largely uses those products, as I said, that are deployed and owned by the private sector. And it is our intention to work with a vast network of stakeholders across different fields so that we are also able to do our part and so that the private sector is held accountable. Our movement signatories are expected to work within our framework, within European guidelines, within guidelines of the UN and the SDGs, among many other frameworks. So at Jesse, we believe that the Digital with Purpose movement really has great potential in accelerating change, creating a path for companies to become purpose-led, transparent, responsible, and accountable in this digital age. And to conclude, we certainly look forward to the final outcomes of this project. We have a whole lot of folks, as I said, working on the different metrics across these different areas, and we would welcome any organization or entity that wants to work with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there any questions to the keynote speakers? Can you also please say your name and where you're from?
Eleni Kiraji, and I come from the Pan-Cyprian School Leaders Organization from Cyprus. Well, thank you for your presentation. It was extremely useful, I believe. When you said that you are open in collaboration with organizations and institutions, I mean, are schools included within these proposals, or what kind of organizations actually?
Great. Thanks so much for your question. Currently, we're still in finalizing the framework stage, but what we have been working on is specific educators, no entities yet or schools yet. The entities that are involved, or organizations that are involved, are part of our governance board. We call them our framework coordination board. And they're a group of external experts that analyze the metrics, look at the robustness, the references, and the evidence to make sure that it is actually strong and applicable in the real world. So some of those organizations include the Cambridge Institute of Sustainable Leadership, CISL, University of Columbia. We also have 2 JESSE members there, AT&T and Deutsche Telekom, CDP, and I believe 2 other organizations as well in the US. So those are the entities that are involved at this time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question to Dr. Mark Camacho, and it's related with your evidence research that you speak about. Are you listening?
No, not very clear. Can you? Yes. Okay,
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question to you, Dr. Mark Camacho, and is related with your pledge for evidence. And I would like to know to what extent the information regarding gender gap in digital competencies are also an important issue to schools, and mainly in the earlier levels of schools. And thank you. And to Dr. Kauru, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing it well. I would like to know if your last slide is a kind of a scale for assessment for institutions, assessment for persons, behaviors. What kind of assessment are you talking about, and how do you collect the evidence for this scale? Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for your question. You asked me if, to what extent, this digital agenda is permeating schools, and in which way. My answer, as former Director General, is that the ecosystem of the different ecosystem of schools, for example, in the case of Catalonia, was so varied, and there was such a diversity and variety of how schools were approaching the inclusion of digital education into their practices, that it's becoming quite difficult to homogenize these digital education action plans. This is on the one hand. Then we have the governments and the role of the governments. Now that you know that these next generation fundings are arriving, and there's a very important financing source for financing regarding the digitalization of education. It is the time that governments should face this challenge. Lots of them are doing that. A lot of countries, lots of regional communities, autonomous communities do have their digital education plans now, especially after the pandemic times. Before, some of them didn't. But now I think that it's a time of opportunity. It's a time in which digital education can be pushed forward. But what I would say here is that we need a quality digital education. We need a digital education which pursues always this academic success of students. And teachers are key, of course. The digital competence of teachers is extremely important. And school leaders and their role is basic to me. If I had to answer this question prior to my being Director General, maybe I wouldn't answer this way. But now that I have been in touch with so many school directors, that we have had to challenge all these COVID times, no, with these difficulties, no, with this variety of schools that we had in Catalonia. One thing that you realize is that the role of school teachers is basic, and if a school teacher is not convinced, the others are not going to follow, no? So it's extremely important. And also the networks of school teachers as well. I don't know if I answered your question. Not exactly, yeah. I didn't understand you. Ah, the gender gap, yes. Yes, I made this reference, and there are a lot of programs now that are taking place, especially regarding STEM, from this gender to face the gender gap regarding digital education. In the studies that we have, or the studies that we have read, recent studies, there's not a difference. There's not important difference between the way in which girls or boys are learning with technology. And of course, there are a lot of programs now, and there's this very important streamline within STEM studies or STEM disciplines, no, that have specifically addressed activities or programs for girls in order to them, for example, to choose regarding their academic futures, to choose STEM career, professional careers.
To answer your question about our assessment, so these are assessments mainly for the company that is submitting. We have a set of questions. I actually just had to pull it up. I'll just give you an example of a question in the supply chain metric, which is one of the metrics that have already completed. So an example is, has the company eliminated medium or high-risk indicators for labor management and worker rights within its supply chain? And we have four sub-metrics for that. If the company says it's more than 50% has evidence of labor rights violation, then they score 0. And then if it's less than 5%, then it's score of 5. And then the fewer, then it'll go into a score of 10, a score of 20. So that's an example. In terms of how these assessments will really be processed, we're currently working with a law firm, an international law firm, to make sure that those accreditations are actually valid and applicable across countries. But we have a platform that we are building together with a company called Arabesque, and it is an ESG firm. And the idea is to essentially build a tool where a company will answer these questions, hopefully that it will be user-friendly and the interface is manageable. But it can be as simple as binary questions, yes or no questions, or gradient questions as well. And when they enter this tool, they will, let's say, if it's a binary question, they'll say yes or no. They'll get the score. And then there's a part of the platform that will request evidence. Now, for the most part, the platform will then have AI and machine learning that will sift through publicly available information. And then if the AI determines that there's just not enough evidence that's been provided through publicly available information, we will then reach out to these companies and request for further information. Again, this is still kind of in the working phase. We're hoping that Q4 will be when all these metrics that I described will be finalized. And then from next year, we'll work with engineers and different stakeholders who really develop these metrics to build the technology and the platform. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So my name is Daniel. I work for a European Federation of Education Employers. We are a network of, ministries of education, local governments, associations, school heads, school leaders, schools, universities. We are sort of a mix of everything. And I have a provocative question. Because we've been indeed involved in a number of policy debates about the impact of digitalization on schools and the involvement of digitalization in the school context, etc. But then there obviously, what I saw, at least in these discussions between, let's say, private sector of digital companies, those that are actually providers of digital software or digital solutions for schools, they have a different perspective than the education providers, so the schools themselves, about how digitalization should be introduced in the school context. And this different perspective comes from from a different interest. Different interest is that, well, for the school providers, we want to have digital tools because they have to enhance our processes in terms of the management of our school, the teaching, the learning outcomes, etc. From the perspective of the software providers, well, they want to do business. They want to gain money. They want to make sure that they make profit out of it. And somehow there's tension between these two actors. This tension is really related to this conflict of interest there. And we see even more and more a sort of an introduction of companies trying to even create their own educational courses in an online reality. Not ready to replace schools, but at least to somehow allow validation of certain skills. And we see that in higher education, in postgraduate education, in vocational education as well, where certain, let's say, private companies of software are trying to validate skills. You have online MBAs, online vet skills courses, etc. And because of that reason, there is a tension. Now, what's your experience with that? And also, how do you deal with this? What is your perspective on that? How do you really address this tension? Thank you.
This is such an interesting question because, as you were saying, there's this tension between what schools do really need. This happens also with the research, yeah? And then all the interests of the private sector that comes or goes to schools with some products that may not be of the interest or may not serve these academic achievements, no, that we want to reach, no, with our students. This is something which I encounter myself a lot with during my period of DG, and what I would say, and there are so many examples, so many examples of companies that with all the best intention arrive there to the Department of Education and say, no, I have this product is fantastic, no, and you couldn't tell to them, no, this is something that I don't need, no, or that our schools don't need. We need this other thing. But they start producing and creating these products and presenting them to schools, sometimes without asking schools what they really need, or sometimes without even asking or introducing or opening their groups or research groups or development groups to teachers, no, or to school teachers, because school teachers know what they really need, and the teachers as well, no. And there's this gap, this huge disconnection, and this is, of course, causes a lot of tension because now everyone has seen this importance of digital education. All the companies are having for the very first time, no, having a look to this educational field, which hadn't been as important as it is now for them. And there's this real need of connecting, no? The school's needs on the one hand, the company's interest, of course, in the other hand, and then here there's a third element which should be integrated, no, within this discussion, which is the educational institution, no, the academic institution, the Ministry of Education, that has to regulate and put all these stakeholders in contact, no, and try to work together to reach the best solutions for everyone. No? I think what we have to do as stakeholders is to think always on our students, on their families, and their real needs, and it is technology that has to be at the service of this, no, and not the other way around. Thank you.
Just to add, so at Jesse, what we do is we have these different working groups where we have big companies coming in, and we've been around for 20 years, and the conversations have switched now, where we started with saying, oh, we have all these commitments that we really need to make. What are the best ways to do this, and how do we really publicize this work? And now it's switched to our customers are demanding that we take action on X or Y. A lot of the times it's on climate. It's certainly the most important topic for a lot of companies right now, but more and more we're seeing companies that are mainly concerned around human rights and child rights as well, especially around online safety. So for Jesse, it is true, there is certainly this tension, but my personal experience has been that when you name and shame companies, it certainly does work, but you have to do it big. So an example is something like CDP and the Science-Based Targets Initiative. So these are organizations that give ratings for companies to see how they perform. And they give you a score from A to F, for example. And a lot of companies now will say, well, we'd like to partner with you. What's your CDP rating? Have you submitted your science-based target, or SBT? These are questions that companies are asking each other now before they really try to engage with one another. And so with Digital with Purpose, our movement does that. We demand that companies provide proper evidence, and if they don't, I actually didn't mention this earlier, is that if from our findings and if from the AI, we see that you're not moving within the 1 year, you're kicked out of the movement. You get one warning or you get red flagged, and we say that what changes are you really making in terms of X or in terms of Y? And if you don't make it within that 1 year, you're out. So that works. Naming and shaming works. Of course, collaboration works. But the most important thing is that if you are to do something where you want to catch the attention of bigger companies, you're going to have to do it in a good way. And government is certainly a great way to do that, because ultimately it will be them that will need to keep these companies accountable. And of course, we have nonprofits to think up of these frameworks and to getting people in the same room, but it certainly requires a whole lot of actors.
Good morning. Here is Elisa Briga from the European Federation for Intercultural Learning. I will speak like this, it's better. Thank you very much for your reflections, Dr. Camacho, about the link between the world of academia and research and school, and also the mentioning of big data and AI. This goes back a bit to what you were just saying of the distance between the developers, IT, and the research world and the school, and this difficulty of communicating with each other. So I'm really wondering what solution we can find there, because school have a need. They all of a sudden want a software that works, some IT solution. There is a seller or research that wants to help the school find out what their needs are and offer solutions, but we don't have an interlocutor. So we probably don't have in schools someone that understands big data, understands AI, understands IT in not only as a user, but what's behind. So this is for me the real question, because the resistance from teachers or school heads comes also from not understanding what's behind. All of a sudden you call AI, big data, everyone gets very scared. So how do we bridge this? It's really, for me, the key, because there is also a lot of, nowadays, a lot of reluctancy about these conspiration theories and everything. So if you enter schools and talk about AI, I think, we need some interlocutor. That's what it's not really a question, but a reflection I wanted to share.
No, the reflection is very interesting, and I think that one of the factors that could help these reluctant teachers, for example, to cope with technology in their schools, because there's no other way. The first thing that they have to, and then we have this pandemic that has proven that that we needed the digital education, and digital education has to stay. We cannot understand education in the context of the 21st century, where we are overwhelmed with technology without including it into our teaching and learning practices. This is on the one hand. How can we bridge, how can we cope with these reluctant teachers? With training, with pedagogy, and here the role of school teachers, as I was saying before, is it's very important, really important as well. And the institutions always have to do the same, provide important training programs, quality programs as well, because now with these fundings, with these huge fundings that are coming from the European Union, people are getting a little bit crazy, and now everyone is creating solutions and fantastic training for teachers and everything, And here we have to be very cautious, and we have to be extremely, we have to see exactly what we are dealing with. This is on the second hand. And then there are a lot of issues relating to this big data and artificial intelligence that a lot of international educational institutions are already facing. UNESCO, for example, has launched important reports lately on how to introduce artificial intelligence. So we cannot turn our backs towards the other side, and we have to see how this technology can help us. We have always to understand any kind of technology that we have as an ally, an ally to achieve some goals that maybe without technology we couldn't achieve them. So it's, and this has happened always, with the mobiles at the very, I remember when I started working with mobiles that everyone was telling me, no, this is impossible, we cannot use the mobiles into our classes because this is something that it's forbidden. And there are a lot of countries that have forbidden the use of cell phones in the classes, but you have to go and prove that this is something that when is planned, when is monitored, when is evaluated, when it pursues some academic goals, this technology always can help. When technology doesn't offer this added value, we don't have to use it, but in so many cases, And then here teacher training is basic as well, If we don't train our teachers, the achievement of this teaching digital competence is really important, and not only for K-12 teachers, but also for university teachers, or for everyone, Thank you.
I'm Michael Cregan, President of the Principals in Ireland and Deputy Principals. Thanks for your presentation. It's been really helpful, and it's great to see the debate. I just want to make two observations. Of course, we need the technology in the schools and the infrastructure for that, and there's a massive cost for governments and so on. And schools, when they get this technology, need some help. We see it here, to have technicians and so on in schools. We can't just expect the technology to arrive in schools and expect it to work. There has to be an investment into helping schools when they break, when they fall, to fix them. All the time, you need some expertise there. But behind all that, countries have to look, when that's all set up to go, we must look at curriculum. The way we teach in school, it has to change because of technology. Some countries are still into rote learning, and we have to move away from that. And so we're using the technology for a real purpose and move away from this memory, and the kids have to rote learn for examinations. The second point I'd just like to make is there's a huge issue, and you've touched on it already, and schools are worried about using technology in the classrooms, like you said, phones and so on, because that was the first stop for many schools in Ireland. Because the difficulty we have is cyberbullying is probably the biggest issue that most of us are dealing with schools every day. And the platforms are changing week on week, and we find it very difficult to keep with them. Somehow, perhaps the EU Commission must try to come and help us so that we can stop this cyberbullying and stop people at a distance in other countries. If I have access to your children in the house, I can bully them from thousands of miles away. And we need to try to see how we can protect them in that, because if we could get that protection, and I don't know how, and be looking for your advice and your comments on it, but we need to get, you know, even all the police across Europe, we have to try to get to stop, because it's going to stay with us as long as we have technology. And, you know, we must protect our kids, we protect them in other ways. Thank you.
This is a very interesting point. It is true that all these issues not related to cyberbullying or to data privacy, which is a very, it's a problem that many school leaders have to face, in order to decide, when and how to introduce technologies into their practices without having problems. I'll explain you how we have worked on these topics in Catalonia, because it's the case that I know. In the digital competence description, the digital competence for students, there's a dimension, which is dimension number 4, which tackles all these issues, how to prevent cyberbullying, how to work with activities with especially young students, in order to educate them regarding everything, On the one hand, the way in which we use technology, but always with these positive ends, and the other on how we can help our students to become critical thinkers, or to become aware of all the risks that they may encounter when using technology. This is described in this dimension of the competence, and related to this, there are a lot of pedagogical practices and recommendations addressed to teachers and to school leaders in order to start working on this topic with very young students, because we had another example of using, for example, artificial intelligence. This was a pilot project with a robot which detected possible abusers' conducts among children or young people, But you have to be also extremely cautious, with these kind of technologies, and be aware of the risks also that they may convey, The thing is that this training, this thinking that technology is good when it's used properly, and we only have these two possibilities, We have this training to address to teachers, school leaders, and then this training that our children have to be in contact with, especially from the very beginning, when they even start primary education. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, what I want to say in my question adds a lot to what was already discussed, because we speak a lot about digital competencies beyond the subject, interdisciplinary approaches, whole school approaches, using digital not only in a specific subject, but actually using it to democratize processes and procedures at school, involve parents, involve the whole school community. And then the question is, whose responsibility is that at the end? We have new infrastructure, it was mentioned. So is the teachers, with whatever training they're going to receive, ready, willing as well? And is it indeed their role to take over all this responsibility? Or there's something else we need to keep in mind when designing such policies? for which I'm personally 100% in favor. But I find it sometimes too complicated, especially when we speak about older teachers that are already 50, 55, 60 years old. They haven't been trained to use all these, not only structures, but sometimes for them, nothing beyond PowerPoint is possible. So is it fair to ask them to take over all this responsibility all alone? And sorry, I'm Maria Nomiku from British Council.
Okay. They shouldn't take this responsibility all alone. This should be taken as a team, no? As the school team. And always teachers need to know that behind them there's the school direction team, and then behind the school leaders should also know that behind them there are the educational, there's the government, there's the higher education institutions, no, that are going to protect them, no, regarding all these possible problems that may arise. This is on the one hand. Here, I think that teamwork, collaboration, participating in teachers' networks, in school leader networks, etc., is basic as well. And then the technology, this is related to the first part of your question. Technology, of course, the digital competence is a transversal competence, of course, but it has to be integrated also within the subjects. So we have this leitmotif. No, we have on the one hand that this competence should be embedded everywhere, but it is not. And then you have to develop programs addressed, for example, English language teachers, on how can and which way can they introduce technology successfully, etc. No, and there's a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do regarding this, and of course, starting with convincing still this part of reluctant teachers that we still have in every educational system that don't see the need of introducing technology into their practices.
We have a final question or remark, and then we go to the workshops.
Well, as a reflection of my own experience with the effort to implement technology at schools, I think it's very important before going out to the market to take the children's and the teachers' needs under consideration and how an application, a tool, technological tool works within the class, if it's efficient enough and if people can operate it. And I think a bottom-to-up approach, I don't know what are the guidelines in the companies when they design material, educational material, but I think they should try the bottom-to-up approach first to experiment and then to implement. Thank you.
Yeah, that's true. It's very important to tell these companies, no, or if we can, what do I need first? First, what do I need? And then, all together, let's build it, no? And this is not what usually happens, no? Sometimes when the product arrives and then you have to adapt your everything to the product. And has started changing, but there's also a long way to run still.
Yeah, and if I may add, it's certainly something that we've been discussing within our working groups when we're building these metrics for digital with purpose, and that's exactly why we're working with experts in the field to make sure that when we do these road testing, we don't have the companies in mind, we have the digital users in mind.
Thank you very much for Mars and Carol's really important contributions, and also thank you for the interesting questions and reflections. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so although the most important part of the annual conference of EEPN is the exchange of ideas between our members, we are going to have a little bit shorter workshop than originally planned. This is 11:45 now, so we are going to have 15 minutes less for the workshops. We will have two groups. The workshop sessions will be on the left-hand side for you, for the right-hand side for me, in rooms number 10 and 12. One of the workshops will be moderated by Daniel Wisniewski there, and the other workshop will be moderated by Luca Laszlo, and she will be supported by our colleague Liliana Vasic. What I would like you to do, if possible, that if you have more than one representative from the same organization, then please go to 2 different workshops, because that enriches the conversations. You will have time from 12 to 1:30, and then we have a 1-hour lunch break. Lunch will be at the same place where we had the coffee break, and then you can continue from 2:30 to 3:30 for another hour, and then we will reconvene for discussing what happened in the workshops. For the remote participants, some of you have signed up for participating in remote workshops. In about 10 minutes, the room will be, the virtual room will be open. So please try to connect to the Zoom link and be a little bit patient, because I need to connect my laptop for that. And before I let you choose your groups, we haven't assigned anybody to any groups because we will decide. But really, it would be nice to have as many countries represented in both rooms as possible. What I can very happily announce is that the earlier time for the reception has been confirmed. So we will have the reception at about 6 and not at about 7. And I would also like to thank Gessi for inviting us to this reception, because in the evening our host will be Karu. Have a nice time in the workshops, have lively discussions, and we are going to come back to listen to very short presentations of the workshop outcomes here in the plenary session as originally planned. So we are not going to change the time. The plenary session is going to start at 3:45. Thank you, and have really nice workshops.
Yes. Do you want my number?
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay. 34.
I think it's time to start over. Some colleagues may still be just coming up, but also we have quite a few remote participants who are waiting for us to report back on what happened in the workshops and also then have the panel discussions.
Now we're having, because
so
everybody...
First of all, I would like to ask our two remote workshop moderators to report back on what happened in their workshops. I think Mikael will help me, but we will have on the screen Agnes Roman and Samira Bücher. They were moderating two remote workshops, and I'm asking them to, we already see them, thank you, and I'm going to ask Agnes and Samira to briefly report what happened in your workshops. Whoever wants to start, Agnes or Samira. Agnes?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
Excellent. So yes, I'm here. We had a very small working group, but a very active one. We were from... Okay. Yeah.
Agnes, go ahead. We can hear you.
Yes, but I am hearing myself again later, repeated, as recorded. So I cannot really speak like that. I have to mute this FUAB invitado. Yes, but...
Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I try again. So we had a very small working group, but a very active one. And we discussed about all the recommendations. But
We can hear you. Go ahead. Just, well, Agnes, mute your speaker. Mute your speaker because we hear you perfectly well. No, go ahead. Just mute. Switch off your speaker on your computer, and then you will not hear yourself. You switch that back on when you finish. Okay.
I'm trying to go on, and let's see. So we were discussing about the benefits and challenges of digitalization, and we discussed also about what kind of psychological support teachers, students received, and apparently the countries participated in the working group, which was Netherlands, Italy, Lithuania, Greece for a moment, and Germany. There was appropriate psychological support given. The other topic which we discussed is privacy and data protection, because previously everything happened in the classroom and remained the classroom, but now everything was open, and data protection in some countries was a very serious issue. So what was one of the suggestions concerning investment is that a budget for security for schools should be ensured. We discussed also about investment, and concerning sustainable investment, we rather like to see the recommendation to ensure sustainable investment. On initial and professional development of teachers and school leaders, we think that teacher training institutions should, and they are improving continuously, but this has to be ensured that they are helping teachers and school leaders to be ready for the new skills required. But this is not enough, because what we discussed is that social aspects in online learning and interactive online learning should be also integrated in the initial and continuous development of teachers, school leaders, but also teacher trainers. And the issue is that new developments have happened, new skills were learned by teachers. This should not be lost, because they have to be ready for future blended learning, hybrid teaching. This issue of stimulating interactive learning by taking into account social context of the students, we suggest that the third year research on blended learning should also focus on prioritizing the development of digital confidence and competence of the teachers and school heads. We also would like to underline the importance of support to teacher trainers. Finally, we discussed also about to what extent there is democratic cooperation and support to schools from ministries, and we have completely two different examples when there is a very, very democratic cooperation and ministries representatives go to schools and discuss with school actors, and there are also very centralized schools which work very undemocratic way, and they leave the school heads alone. And we think that the recommendation on democratic cooperation is a very good one. But on other recommendations, we suggest some fine-tuning, for example, better collaboration between the school actors and the research, and to collaboratively develop concepts for practice and between research. So we suggested a lot of fine-tuning changes. We exchanged a lot of experiences on these topics, and we think that the policy recommendations by a little bit stronger language would be very useful one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Well, you gave yourself some tasks, because you will have to finalize the policy recommendations. Samira, a brief report from your work group. Samira, can you hear me? Well, it seems that Samira has a problem. She cannot hear us. So I'm asking Luca to report on one of the in-person workshops, and then we will try Samira again, and then Daniel.
Esther, we don't hear what's happening in the main room. I was listening in on YouTube, so I think Samira, you're invited to present your recommendations now, and I'm sorry for moderating this way.
Thank you, Esther. We have had a very vivid discussion, very fruitful discussion, and I'm very pleased to share now the outcomes. Generally speaking, the policy recommendations were warmly welcomed by all participants. We have especially touched upon the issue or the topic of investment, which is of crucial importance. This has been particularly raised by participants as due to the crisis, there's the risk after COVID-19 crisis, there's the risk that education does not have the attention with regards to investment as it is deserved to have. And therefore, it is important to have this issue in mind. And in this regard, it was very welcome that the policy recommendation, which touches upon investment, has been on rank 2. Further, inclusiveness has been a major point of major topic which has been discussed. It has been said that equalities have increased due to school closures, and therefore it is important to ensure that the issue which we face in schools, in the education sector, does not increase. With regards to the implementation of the policy recommendations, it has been agreed, or it has been noted, that the policy recommendations has to be connected with something tangible in the form of operational methods, such as monitoring and knowledge sharing between the school environment and outside stakeholders, such as NGOs, social partners, etc., in order to really gain both quantitative and qualitative data, which help us to better understand where, for example, investment, where additional support with regards to inequalities are rising. In this regard, we should base ourselves on best practice models, which have proven to work in the course of the pandemic. And this is true for all policy recommendations, starting with inclusiveness, with improving active citizenship by the use of digital tools, or to support the development of digital confidence and competence of teachers and school leaders of all ages in the most effective way, either by internal trainings or external trainings. Further, especially with regards to the last policy recommendations, it has been stressed that the research and the outgained data has to be translated in a understandable way for teachers and for school leaders. So this was overall the basic outcomes which our group has agreed upon.
Thank you very
so
much, Samira. Can you hear me? Samira, can you hear me? Not yet, but...
Esther, I hear you in a very silent mode.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and now we will turn to the local workshops. First Luta and then Daniel.
Thank you very much. In our group, we had a very good discussion. We had a lot of European school heads represented in this group. And when we have discussed the policy recommendations, we also had some suggestions on how to improve them a little bit. So for policy recommendation number 3, the participants have felt that it focuses very much on the initial education of teachers. However, what they would like to see is a lifelong learning support, and especially those teachers who have been in the field for a while are the ones who are going to need extensive support when it comes to digital competences. So they suggest to rephrase number 3 to update initial education and lifelong learning of teachers and school leaders in order to meet requirements of schools in the digital age. Another textual change that the group has suggested was in policy recommendation number 8, where we have discussed that defining disadvantaged schools and pupils just in terms of socioeconomic factors is a little bit limiting, because some of the school heads and participants have felt that we also need to focus very much on the children who are living with disabilities or have some special needs. So what they have suggested to take out socioeconomically disadvantaged and to simply keep disadvantaged in order to ensure this broader meaning that is also going to enable a special focus on disabled and special needs children. And an additional topic that the participants have felt was not really covered in this policy recommendations is a focus on digital safety and the ethical implications of digital technologies. They thought that this is such an important
issue that defines digital education, that it deserves its own separate recommendation. So these were the very concrete changes that the group has recommended. And additionally, on the workshop, we have discussed how they think that they could benefit from having these policy recommendations. And what we have heard is that having a set of policy recommendations backed up by so many prestigious European organizations really helps them going to their governments and to show that there is this European level of starting point, the standard, and this is where we need to start the discussions from. So this was a very positive feedback that school leaders and stakeholders can indeed use these policy recommendations and advocate for a good change. And in the second period of the workshops, we have focused on how to go forward. And what has been defined in recommendation number 1 is this balance between digital education and the essential social interactions. So we have been discussing in how we can define blended learning and how we are going to go forward and what are the needs and the benefits of digital education. So I think we had a really good and fruitful discussion, and I believe that my group has been pleased with the policy recommendations additionally to the recommended changes. Thank you.
All right. Oh, I hate those podiums. Sorry, can you hear me? Hello? Yes? Great. Well, oh, sorry. Sorry about this. I got... Can you hear me? Those online? No? I might be screaming. Anyway, well, first of all, I wanted to really thank the group I was having the chance to moderate. It was a wonderful experience, I must say, to be listening to all your inputs. And I think we have had a wonderful discussion in which myself, I have learned so many things. And I really would like to share a couple of things with you. I think that many groups have already covered lots of things. So I will try to say those that let's say, somehow are new to this discussion, that we came across throughout our debate. Obviously, we started this discussion with a sort of a debate on what are the opportunities and challenges related to digitalization. And obviously, we mentioned all kinds of positive outcomes of use of digital tools, like, let's say, improved learning outcomes of certain students, improved quality of communication with parents, more efficient, let's say, school leadership or school management thanks to the software that we have, better learning outcomes because we can use more interactive ways of teaching, and so we can obviously improve the experience of being in the classroom. However, it was also very evident in our discussion that we would like to make sure that we don't consider digital tools as a holy grail of education. It is not a holy grail of education, it is a tool that we want to use in order to enhance learning and enhance teaching. But certainly it is not the purpose in itself. And that was something that was really evident in this discussion. And I think it also relates to our earlier debate here with the keynote speakers about, this different perspective from one side on the education providers and on the other side of the software providers. So we obviously also touched upon this. There's also challenges that we may encounter in the, let's say, education setting with respect to digitalization. And those challenges can be, well, the working conditions have changed. In the digital times, we work all the time. In the past, we were able to leave our workplace, close and lock our desk, and go home for dinner. Now it's not possible. We receive emails 24 hours a day. like we would have students from different time zones. And that's something that has also come up in this discussion, that working in the digital era or digital age means working in a very different setting. And so coming back to the recommendations that we have, looked through over these 2 hours and a half of discussion, we also realized that, especially in the point on skills of school leaders and teachers, that it's not really about digital skills, but it's about enhancing the skills that we have already: management, time management, soft skills, transversal skills, all these skills to prepare us to work in the digital era. Because now, because of this digital transformation, our job became faster. It's different. It's much more difficult to manage your time if you receive emails from parents every 5 minutes. And it's very different to manage your school if it is a digital institution. So obviously we started with that, with those skills that seem obvious, but are very different when we apply them in the digital era. The same with communication, the communication skills of school leaders. The same issue here. We have more communication, more interaction with the parents. We can use online tools in order to enhance parents' participation in the school. But at the same time, we lose our right to disconnect. We lose our chance to actually close our job and go home. And that's, I think, happens to all of us, even those of us that are not school leaders, like myself as well. That was our initial discussion. That was the beginning of all that we have went through. Then, obviously, we discussed the recommendations themselves. And in those recommendations, in fact, we have made lots of changes. So I will sadden Esther about this, but I will have to write you an email with recommendations once again. And Agnes, obviously, about this, because we have done quite a number of remarks on this document. We were very happy about the topic of investment. We were very happy about the competencies and enhancing professional development of teachers. We were very happy about the topic of initial teachers and school leaders training, etc. But in these aspects, when we were discussing these points, we actually realized that those skills that were always there, like communication, like time management, like team management, they have to be even stronger. They have to be even more enhanced, because digital times are much faster than the analog times, let's call it this way, the times without working on digital. And I think that this whole COVID situation has actually showed us this. Another point we made clear was that during the COVID, we didn't really use digital tools well. What we did, we sort of put the actual classroom, we put exactly same teachers, exactly same school leaders with the same skills, and we asked them to do their job in a virtual reality. And when you are dealing with virtual reality, it's a different setting to teach. It's a different setting to manage. Therefore, obviously, this has been a difficult experience for all of us. And that's another point that came evident out of our discussion. I will not go through the detailed changes in the recommendations because I would bore you to death. But we made certain changes, also linguistic ones. We made certain changes in order to make it more focused, in order to make it more specific. But I think that it was a really enriching experience. I wanted again to thank my workshop members because it was really an enriching discussion. And when Esther told me that I will have to moderate a working group for 2 hours and a half, I was quite surprised. But I must tell you that we actually used the entirety of this time. And that's why I wanted to thank these people, because actually it was a good discussion despite such a long time. So thank you very much. These are our comments on this. Thanks.
I would like to thank all the workshop moderators because they really had a tough job, but we had this experience from 2 years ago that people actually want to have this time for discussions. The textual suggestions will have to go to Agnes Roman, who is coordinating the policy recommendations, and she will have a very tough job now because she has until about Monday to have a final text because we are finalizing, we're ending the year of EEPN, so we will have to publish the final recommendations by the middle of next week, but we will work fast. To wrap up the conference, we will have now 2 panel discussions, and at the end we will have a presentation of the European Commission's policy priorities for the next period. The first panel is a research panel, and Petra van Haren is going to moderate. She will have, again, a tough job. We are dealing with this technology issue because we have 1 participant here and the others are remote, but let's hope that it's going to work. The floor is yours, Petra. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Before I start, I would like that the faces on screen give a short introduction of themselves by saying hello if I mention your name. On my list, I have Professor Maika Risku. Maika, who are you? Can you wave if you hear us?
I can wave.
Okay. Dr. Peter Kelly.
That's me. I'm Mika. And I come from South.
Perfect. Lana Jurko. That is Lana. Sandra Hogas. Who is Sandra? Sandra, can you say hello so everybody can identify you?
I'm sorry, was it me?
Perfect, that is Sandra.
It's a bit bad to hear. Yes, it's me.
Thank you. There is Helen Janssen. Helen?
Yes, hello.
Hello. And live on stage, Professor Amelia Lopez. Welcome. Now I'm going to challenge you all, and you have to participate because I want you to pretend that you are a politician, that you are a very critical politician, and that you listen to these very important people, what they say, with the ears of the politician. And after the people, the professors, the people on screen have said their words, if you agree a little, you can do like this. If you agree more, you can do like this. If you think they are completely right, you show it like this. But be critical. So, dear people, there is the question here on the agenda: how can further research support the implementation of policy recommendations? Convince the politicians how further research can support the implementation of these policy recommendations. And because she is here, I want to start with Professor Amelia Lopez. Take 2, maybe 3 minutes, and then the audience, our critical politicians, will let you know if you are convincing in your how. Yes?
1 minute. Listening?
Yes.
Okay. First place, good afternoon. It is a real pleasure to be here in person, to meet you all, but also you there online. It was really a big opportunity and a big pleasure to work with this team during the last year, and it was very good to meet you again. So the digital citizenship paper was organized in 3 axes, coming from the model of digital competence of the European Council, being online, well-being online, and rights online. And this pillar will be very important to organize research, or further research, I think, as they are related with the inputs coming from the EEPN, and with recommendations too. Digital resources, being online, joint teacher and mentoring in the case of well-being online, and networking and community engagement in the case of rights. So this is the first thing about the main ideas and that can influence further research is that this is something that is not to be add on to what is already happening in the schools, but something that challenges to transform the pedagogical work and management in the schools and the relationship with the communities. So there are some ideas coming to be 1 minute, 2 minutes, and third one. So the first one, and I'm working with a group of students in this year, is that digital year is a new world. I said that in the discussion, and subjectivities and relationships. Investing or deepening informed criticism of the machine way of learning. Somebody told this in the discussion, and I think it is a very good way of saying informed criticism of the machine way of learning. So I think we need to reread or to say the students and the researchers to reread Manuel Castells and Hannah Arendt, for example, and Paulo Freire. We are celebrating his 100 years of birth. So the second one, how do or can digital tools help us to improve humanity instead of being afraid of it? This is something that we are already working, and it is something that we need to invest, because sometimes the argument is that digitalization is deshumanization. The third one, how to change teachers' mindsets. Teachers' mindsets in relation to digital or digital era require changing identities. So it is a global change.
I'm going to interrupt now.
I'm going to, okay?
Your time is up. But I just have to ask the politicians.
It's very, very, very fast.
Okay, but remind, politicians are very busy people. If you are the speaker, you have to be fast because they lose interest. 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. It's okay. How to do this change from a restrictive to a expansive mindset, to identify characteristics of successful situations, individuals, institutionals, and communitarians, to identify the conditions of well-succeeded partnerships with and in the communities, teachers as models of active digital citizenship, and the virtual as a third place capable of wearing out progressively the traditional school ways of teaching and school organization. That's all. Thank you.
Now I ask the politicians, do you think this needs further research for implementation? Little. Some say hi and some say okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry that I interrupted. You talk for the researchers. I'm going to ask the next, this is Professor Maika. Would you try to convince these politicians who are very critical that further research is necessary for the implementation of the recommendations?
Thank you, Petra. We are now researching, getting the topics for the policy recommendations from the European Commission. So the topics are connected with European Union social programs. And I think that's a good thing, which we should continue to. Then the EEPN network consists of working life organizations. So when we get the topics from the European Commission, we interpret and recontextualize the topics to meet with everyday needs that educational experts meet in their everyday. And I think that's a good way of working too. Then we get our data through the network, and if this works well, we get data connected both with research and the everyday, and that's something that I like too. We come up with the policy recommendations in the annual conference where we get further feedback, and I'm very happy that it seems that we are getting a lot of it in Barcelona too. The next step is how to include all this in the enactment of the policy recommendations. And there, I think we need to advance our processes further. The main goal of the EEPN network is to create a sustainable network to develop European Union education policy. That's what we are trying to learn. And my question really is that if we are not founding the policy recommendations on research, on what do we then ground them on? Is it how I feel? So I believe and would claim that there's no other way than doing it with research. It's just how we conduct the research that we can advance further. Thank you.
So, without research, you cannot have a good policy recommendation to implement. How are the politicians? Oh, hands go very high. I think you have a good point here. It's very necessary to have this research. Okay, I want to ask Helen, can you tell us how further research can support the implementation of these policy recommendations?
Thank you from the IDA teacher's perspective. I've heard a whole year during the research from students sitting in my classroom online, sitting in the classrooms of my colleagues online, and they really have a different perspective. And I find it very important that their perspective is taken into account. And I think that further research is definitely necessary to make sure that their well-being is also taken into account into the digital age and in teaching in the digital age. And I think, therefore, extra research is necessary to also make it possible that all the recommendations that I've heard today will meet the experience of colleagues, of teachers throughout Europe to make a next step and to also show to these teachers that there are possibilities, that there are beautiful examples within Europe that can be shared and that can be transferred to other situations. Of course, they need to be adapted to the situation in their own schools and in their own learning environment. Furthermore, I think it's necessary, and I've heard that also several times today, that there is a clearer view of the collaboration, because in teaching online, all of a sudden, parents were part of the teaching process as well. And I therefore would strongly recommend that also this parents part and the students and the teachers and the school leaders can work more closely together. I think that's also derived from the research that we have conducted, and that can also be taken into account in the next steps for further research and can strengthen the process. That also was mentioned already by the previous speakers. And that saying that, I think it's the EEPN network is really strong in making this collaboration between the various partners. So I strongly recommend working together and continuing this research, because it really stresses the lifelong learning process, but also really strengthens the working together of researchers, teachers, and organizations collecting the data of various teacher collectives to make one strong case, and to give also teachers and school leaders a new perspective on teaching.
Thank you.
Thank you for the floor.
Yes. So as I understand, you say it's very important that bottom up you collect the data, that after that you have to find a way to bring them back to the field, and that especially this organization, how the researchers work together, is a very important instrument to do this. That's your statement to the politicians.
Yes, that the co-creation of researchers, teachers, school leaders, that is working together in this project strengthens this, and it is a reason to research that part further. Okay, politicians, co-creation through FE, how the policy network, how about it? EEPN. There's pretty much of enthusiasm for that as well. Thank you very much, Sandra. Dr. Peter Kelly, what is your opinion about the further research?
Thanks, everyone. This is an interesting way of caging this debate, and I'm happy to enter into it. But the floor here, you are participants in this research. You've gathered the data for us. There's plenty of people out there researching digital technologies in schools. We are the only organisation that has garnered evidence from our participants, our colleagues, our partners, you. You have gone out, you have found examples of excellent, inspiring practice. You brought it to us, and we have then used that to write these reports. So these reports are actually rooted in the messiness of everyday life. They're not written by academics in ivory towers like Mika and I. And so what we've done is we have taken your ideas and we have represented them to you so that you can learn from them. And in learning from them, you can adapt them to your own cultures, your own contexts, your own professional circumstances. And we've highlighted things that are really working well. So in digital technologies, we know that digital technologies are brilliant at widening participation. If you have children with impairments, visual impairments, hearing impairments, different forms of learning difficulties, then digital technologies are brilliant at supporting learners like that. Digital technologies have been great for those who have them, and access is an issue for distant communities or communities isolated by the pandemic. We know this. And that is something we can learn from each other. How do we provide them is another issue, and people have mentioned already the resourcing implications of that. But digital technologies are also useful because of the way they allow learners to interact with knowledge and understanding. So learners can interact in mathematical ways that help them to understand mathematics, provided their teachers allow them to interact and don't take over. And one of the problems with teachers is they like to be in control. And they need to give control to the learners to allow learners to understand and experience that. So we need to support our colleagues in that. So there are many positives, but there are also, as someone mentioned earlier on, some negatives. The use of metrics to monitor and support teachers is not always positive. Knowing how much time people spend online doesn't tell you the quality of that time. The way in which teachers are moderated by data and information. Big data is of concern to all of us. So we also need to do critical research that supports our colleagues. And that's where you can help, because you are involved in professional associations. Head teachers haven't got the time to do this, but our professional associations across Europe should be involved in not only looking at the benefits of ICT, but the ways in which it is being used, which is not supportive of our colleagues. And so if you want to now return to the role of politicians, as a politician, I would be saying to you, you keep on telling us education is the most important thing. Well, if it is, then listen to what educationists like us are saying.
Thank you. Well, as you hear, education is the most important, and the research is needed to support the colleagues. If you want to give the students control on the learning and everybody can be connected, also the disadvantaged or the disconnected, this research is necessary. Do you agree with Dr. Pete Kelly? You have a lot of enthusiasm. I think people agree a lot with you. Thank you. Then, Sandra, I would like to ask your reflection.
Yes. So why should we need further research? I would say that we mapped quite several research areas, several topics, but maybe some of the topics were not covered as meticulously as the other ones. For instance, I studied collaborative learning and collaborative school leadership, and for me it seems like collaborative learning is practiced in European schools much more than collaborative school leadership. So I'm not sure if this really is the case, but this is what the data showed us. But this could be one of the reasons why further research is needed, so to find out if collaborative school leadership really isn't so common, or we just haven't figured out practices that are really used. So this is one of the reasons why maybe we should develop our research methods a little bit. Maybe it's also very important to speak with the school leaders. So we are gathering data in one way now, which is very good. We're networking and sharing our experiences and knowledges, but maybe some more in-depth methods are also needed to interview the school leaders and the participants of the networks and so on. So this is one of the reasons, and maybe the second reason is that we have to know more about how to really implement these practices. So we mapped a lot of inspiring practices, but how to really implement this, and is it really possible to transfer the practices from one context to another? We found some evidence that it is in some extent, but how exactly, what the practices are well transferable and what are not, and so on. So there are many nuances that can be covered with further research.
Thank you. Thank you. So actually, EEPN is about collaboration with school leaders. Will this help the research? Maybe the research methods needs to be adjusted ongoing with the process. And how can you really transfer the processes and the practices that you learn in this research? Politicians, is this important? Do we have to do more research on this topic? Yeah, seems they are very involved in this, and we have to help to transfer this research, so I hope you are getting a little bit more motivated for this part. The final speaker, Lana, how about your input on this subject, how further research supports the implementation?
Hello, everybody, and thank you very much for invitation. Dear politicians, dear policymakers, I will try to play this role that Peter has assigned to us fully. and I'll do my elevator pitch, and I hope it works. I would have looked you in your eyes if you were there, and I think I would be more convincing. But I'm now looking in my colleagues' eyes from Tim's, and I hope at least I will convince them. So except for you saying that education is so important, you also believe and say that evidence-based policy making is important. And you cannot do evidence-based policy making without research and without data. And although we know that there is a lot of data and a lot of research around, and as Pete pointed out, many people do it different ways than what EEPN does, we do have some things that we're doing differently and that I think are very much important for the policymakers. I would just point out 3 things from our recommendations that are definitely, I would say, something that you can implement almost now. If you want to know how to improve competencies of teachers in digital skills, you need to know which models work best. And in order to know which models work best, you need evaluation and assessment of different models in order to find out which are the best in the context and in the cultures that you're working in. About the inclusive recommendation, which is the one closest to my heart, and we know that the COVID has shown us that the digital gap is big and that it actually stopped many students of attending different vulnerable groups, not only SEN, not only socioeconomically disadvantaged, but also other language speakers and many others. I found it quite unbelievable that in Europe we did not know before COVID who the students are who will not be able to attend. So number one, you need to have monitoring mechanisms in place to at least know which students you have in your classrooms. And then you have to monitor their experience or experiences of all students in schools. There are ways to do it. We need to develop those ways, and they require research in order to do it. So if you want to have a healthy and happy students and their parents, you will do something about the well-being of your students as well, including finding out how education system can protect learners from the negative aspects of the digital age. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lana. So the evidence-based policy is not possible without research. And if you want to do it inclusive, close the digital gap, you have to know what the students need, and that needs to be evidence-based. Politicians, what do you think? Does this need further research? Yes, they all think so. Now, I would like to ask Professor Amelia Lopez for the final reflection word and to respond to your colleagues. There were a lot of messages why they need to do the research, and you gave a start to this. So can you give a conclusion to our politicians why this is necessary that the EEPN can do a third round and to do further research for implementation? Your mask?
It's always my answer. So I think it is completely important. This is a big change. I've already said that. And it implies reorganizing, reconverting ways of doing in the school. And we always have had this kind of challenges to change the way, not always, but since the other century, the ways of learning. But today, we know that because of equity, rights, and some dangers, we need this more than 20 or 30 years ago. And this change is very, very big. So we need to train, we need to explain, we need to network, we need to conceptualize, and we need a critical perspective. I think all of this has been said from my colleagues, and other aspects as collaboration and differences or multiliteracies that we have worked that are really important and that can be leveraged from this digital era.
Well, thank you so much. It was not easy to have a panel discussion when the panel was all online and half of the people were here, but thanks anyway. I think we had a good discussion. And I may conclude that if you were able to convince the politicians who are here today that they, the school heads and the representatives who are here, will take your message to their local policy makers. We need further research, because if this is what we have to do, there is a big challenge ahead of us. Thank you so much for this panel discussion. Thank you for your participation.
Very much for this really difficult panel discussion, and I think it was really great. What I would like to ask you is to have just a very brief coffee break, because now we should have a coffee break, but we will have the reception very soon. So just let's have a breather, and let's try to reconvene and restart at 5 o'clock sharp. So it's basically just a comfort break, if you are okay with that. And we will start the next panel at 5 o'clock sharp as originally planned. Thank you very much, all of you.
Good evening, Susan. Can you hear us? Good evening, Tapio. Can you hear us?
Yes, now I can hear you.
Perfect.
Susan does not react.
Now you can hear us. Hello, Susan. Can you hear us?
Okay. Shall we then close the web streaming?
Susan, hello?
Sorry, probably you can hear me better now, I assume.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
With the microphone on, you can hear me better.
Can you hear us? Susan?
We should close the web streaming. Yes.
But can you hear me now?
Now we can, Tapio, we are testing that you can hear us now. Hello, Tapio. Now he's writing something.
Excuse me, I cannot hear anything. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Can you hear us? No. And you, Susan? Can you raise your hand if you hear us?
This? I think you can just use this one. Very good. Okay, test it.
Okay.
Great. Chris, would you please join us? Would you please join us? Esther, can we start? Yeah. Welcome, everybody. Thank you very much for enduring this long day with us. It's very nice that you're still here. And I'm more glad that even more people show up to the door. Like the English say, and next to an Englishman, I think I can say that the proof is in the pudding. And like the proof in the pudding is for us is the implementation of the recommendations, because I think that this EEPN network has done a tremendous good job, but without anybody implementing it, well, it would be a very waste of time and also of money. So today we are talking, or at this roundtable, talking about implementation of policy recommendations that are yet to be finalized by the EEPN meeting. And I'm very happy to introduce Tapio, Miguel, Chris, Daniel, and Suzanne with me. So my first question is, I think that most people know or have already seen what your title is and what your name is, but could you please introduce yourself, and also in related to policy development or policy implementations. The first person I'd like to ask to is Miguel. Miguel, could you please give a short introduction of what you do in relation to policy recommendations?
Thank you very much. Actually, between 2015 and 2019, I was the Commissioner for Education and Research at the City Council of Barcelona. So I had the experience for one period of 4 years to implement educational policies and research on educational research in the city of Barcelona. Thank you.
Tapio, may I ask you to introduce yourself, please?
Well, I think that you already had a chance to listen to me quite a lot today. My name is Daniel. I manage European Federation of Education Employers, which is I already presented before. So we're a network of education employers and education providers in 25 countries, consisting of school networks, school leaders, ministries, local government associations, sometimes schools and universities. So we are a very broad network, and we are very happy to be part of the EEPN. And then later on, you probably will ask me what to do. What did I do with the recommendations? Are you?
No, not really later on. I'm going to ask you now.
So that's everything from me at this point. Thanks.
Okay. Next one is Chris Hill.
Chris, President of ESHA currently, but in terms of policy, in England, as a member of the NEHT for many years, I chaired the policy committee of that association, which created policy trying to influence government. And I remain on what is rather grandly called in the Department of Education a star chamber, which is meant to advise the politicians of the Department of Education on policy direction. We do advise, they don't always listen.
Okay. So we can now go online. My second attempt. Tapio, could you please introduce yourself?
For inviting me. My name is Tapio Sävelä, and I work for the European Commission here for education, which is a privilege to me because I've been in that field my whole life. And I'm now especially focusing on teachers and teacher education school leaders. And that is, again, something that I like very much, actually. Thank you.
Last but certainly not least, Susan, could you please introduce yourself?
Yes, and I'll start by saying hola y bon dia a tothom allà a Barcelona. I'm very happy to be here with you this afternoon for this final session of this day. So my name is Susan Flocken. I'm the European Director of the Education Trade Union Committee for Education. We are the teacher's voice in Europe, representing more than 11 million teachers across the region and 127 member organizations, national education trade unions of education, so representing teachers at all levels of education. And I'm very happy to be here with you for this discussion. Thank you. Back to you, Fred.
Thank you very much, Susan, for your introduction. I've got a specific next question for Tapio. I've read that you are a policy officer. Could you please explain what that means and what your influence is with regards to policy implementation?
Thank you. It's actually a very many things that we are doing, but basically, on the policy side, we usually distinguish between the Erasmus Plus program and the policy work. And on the policy work, first of all, we do quite a lot of create data, indicators, benchmarks, and monitoring. So we have a very clear picture on how different countries are performing. We use PISA data, we use PIAC, we have the EuroDC and Eurostat. So the kind of awareness of Europe stands now in different parts of or different domains of education and training is actually one of the work that we are doing. And then, of course, what we are doing also that we have this dialogue systematically with ministries and ministers through the council, as well as we have a constant dialogue with all of our stakeholders and NGOs, etc., etc. So we have a quite broad agenda, and of course then we also translate these policy priorities into the priorities of the Erasmus Plus program. And also now when the whole EU has this funding available for recovery, of course the priorities that we have in education will be translated also to those priorities.
Okay. Thank you very much. I've got one question for you as well, Tapio. Many countries regard education as a national priority. How does it work within the European Commission with all your new policies and your new advice? How can you connect with the national education boards or the national education policymakers? And how do you work together with them to come to some common ground? How does it work?
Yes, well, first of all, how we prepare everything is actually very much based on using the expertise from member states. And we have a lot of working groups. We have these 10 years programs where we set the priorities together with the council, which is representing, of course, member states. And then when we follow that program, we really invite people from ministries and from stakeholder groups to define those policies. And on that basis, we then may, for instance, propose council conclusions or council recommendations on certain issues that are common for all countries and across Europe. And then in that process, we create a consensus on what should be happening and what the initiatives are. I will actually go through those initiatives that we currently have at some point of this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miguel, I've got a question for you. You have been a commissioner for 4 years, as you told us. Could you please tell me a little bit how it works in Spain with your relation with the central government and how policies are developed and how that could be implemented?
Yeah. In our country, we have a structure in 3 levels. First of all, we have the central level, which is the central government in Madrid. It regulates the whole school system, but doesn't manage. I mean that the management, the concrete management of staff, schools, equipments, and everything is a responsibility for each regional government. And finally, the cities, we play the role to support and motivate the education system ongoing beyond the school, what we call the educational promotion of the right to education. And within this frame, we received some years ago some regulations about the transformation from an analogic into a digital school from the central government. The regional government, as it was already explained this morning, they created a strategic plan to make it real. And finally, our city council was responsible to furnish the schools with devices, good connectivity, and other instruments and tools to make it possible, because most of our deprived areas in the city had not good connection, or maybe in the pupils' homes didn't have even some digital devices, so that the school was the meeting point where both children and parents could get access to digital devices and learn how to use it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Daniel, question to you. As a representative of the employers, how does it work from you? Because I think that in Europe, the educational systems differ quite a lot. So sometimes your employers are foundations within education, sometimes they are even policymakers or local policymakers. So how do you work within your group? And how can you make sure that these recommendations that we've together developed can actually be implemented within your membership? Could you please elaborate a little bit on that?
That's a tricky question, isn't it? Indeed, it's a challenge and opportunity as well. It's an opportunity because such a richness of membership, including ministries of education, local governments, school leaders, school associations, private school associations even, this really helps us in shaping these policies and bring them to different levels of policy making. So in a way, our main tool of work is the social dialogue, the European social dialogue at the European level, and the national social dialogues, so those debates between and consultations between the social partners, meaning the trade unions and the employers. In different countries, employers are being represented by different institutions, and because of that very reason, we have such a diverse membership, because in different countries, employer role is played by a different kind of institutions. And obviously, these are the main tools we are using in order to affect policy, in order to shape policy, both at the European and the national level. Now, how can we really ensure that, that policy recommendations are being implemented? Well, I think that in particular in EFI, it's actually a quite interesting procedure, because in fact, in case our recommendations, the recommendations that we do together with ETUCE, the trade unions, they have a particular role in the EU decision-making system. And this role has a legal status, the legal status of an opinion. It is probably the lowest one of the legal status, but is indeed a method of decision-making. And this role of an opinion is a similar role as let's say, ECOSOC Committee, European Economic and Social Committee, or Committee of the Regions that represents the European regions. So in other words, the decisions that we take together with the trade unions at the European level has an actual legal status or a decision-making status. So that's obviously makes us, let's say, a strong organization with particular influence. Now, how can we really implement them on the national level? This really depends on the members, obviously, because in different countries, these numbers obviously differ. And in some countries, in those countries where they are ministries, probably this implementation is quite simple. It's simply a method of coordination, or open method of coordination. In those countries where they are school networks, obviously it's also weaker. So I think that the results that we all work on, the policy recommendations we want to create, all this it really depends on the country and the specific context of the country. But it doesn't mean that what we are not doing, what we are doing is not important. It is very important because despite the fact that education is a national competence,
It's very important because we have an impact on the strategic approach of the European Commission. And despite the fact that the European Commission has a limited power and competence in the field of education, the Commission has an impact, particularly on the budget that it represents and the budget that it spends. And a significant chunk of this budget is really devoted to education. So obviously our work, and it's not only EFI's work, ETUCE's work, or ESHA's work, has an impact on that budget and on the priorities that this budget is being spent on. So I think there is a significant role for us to play.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Before I will continue with the questions, I'd like to offer you also the opportunity, you as audience here, to also propose a question. So if you've got a question, just raise your hand. Just think about it, because I'll continue with Susan. Susan, Daniel told us a little bit about the role of opinion in connection to the social dialogue project. Could you a little bit elaborate on that with regard to the work of the EPN? How do you see the recommendations of the EP network land in your social dialogue program? Or perhaps I'm totally mistaken, but is there a connection? Let me put it this way.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fred, for that question. I think Daniel already explained clearly that indeed we decide together which topics we have on our joint work program in the European Social Dialogue, and indeed we have school leadership as one of the topics there. Now, when it comes to the implementation of these policy recommendations and the outcome of this joint project, I think the answer already around the implementation is obvious, but I will first talk about the social dialogue. So we do have to be aware that social dialogue is in different stages in the different countries. It is the means still, of course, to get buy-in, I would say, of the teachers and school leaders, employers on the issue, that we work together on seeking action on digitalization and linked to school leadership in particular. We do have to bear in mind, Daniel pointed out the importance also of the European Commission, and both EFI and ETUCE are members in the European Commission's education and training work groups, where we do shape policy. We are there to also take or give advice, and say to the work that's being done there. But still, education remains a national responsibility. So that we do bear in mind, and that's also important for the social dialogue at European level. So we have that as a policy developing committee together, where we discuss on important issues that we then also hope and wish to be taken up at national level in the social dialogue, and so that the European and the national level social dialogue feed into each other. When I was mentioning the obvious nature of achieving the implementation of the policy recommendations is the sheer partnership that this project has. We need alliances if we want to implement these recommendations. And so what we clearly as trade unions are calling for, and that's for us one of the important points also in these policy recommendations, is to call for more public investment in education in order to achieve these goals and aims, and to indeed bring education to the forefront. The alliances that we have in this project, I would like to use these and also call on our participants. I cannot see you because we were told to cut the live stream, so I'm only listening to you and to your voices, but I am calling on you that each and every one of you participating in this meeting today has a role to play. Look at the policy recommendations. Take at least one of these recommendations and think of what action can you do as a school leader, as a teacher, as a representative of your organization, take with you and start an initiative on. I think that's very important and a very active outcome of this seminar or this conference today, and to raise awareness on the importance of this issue that we have been discussing today together. And we will bring that these topics back also into our discussion on school leadership at European level in our European social dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. I see that there is a person in our room that has taken on the microphone. So, sir, could you share your question with us?
Just respond to.
Oh, okay. Very nice mistake. I thought that this person.
I have a lot of questions to do, but it's not my role now.
Okay. Yes, Petra has got a question. Petra, please.
Well, we are here together in a partnership, and Europe is going to be a network society. So what is for you the difference between the networking and the partnership on this kind of issues?
Petra, who would you like to propose the question to?
That's a good question. To the European Union.
Tapio, did you hear that question? Could you please answer that?
Yes, so the question was, what is the difference between partnership and networking, if I'm correct? So, I mean, if we look at these Erasmus Plus projects, they are, of course, very much built on partnerships. They are projects with a certain lifetime. Partners will work together. And, of course, networking is something that should be more sustainable and more, let's say, widespread and more dynamic in the longer run. And we do hope that every project that we launch and finance would lead to networking. And then, of course, we have these tools like e-twinning, which is all about networking. And, of course, they can have projects, etc. But their teachers get professional training, professional development courses, etc., etc. But they also create a professional community. And I think that this is a very important point, because what we also hear from teachers is that they even think that learning through professional networks and professional communities may be even more effective than, for instance, taking courses here or there. So I hope that this clarifies this. The definitions are not entirely clear, but I think that the idea is that from partnerships we want to create more sustainable networks. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapio. Thank you very much for your input. Like Susan and you already said, Tapio, it's all about national priority, influence governments, and also, of course, on a local level. Chris, if I recollect correctly, in your introduction, you said that you had experience with influencing governments on a local level. How do you see that the ESHA members, who are all the national associations of school heads, could influence their own national governments? And do you think that that happens? What's the role of a national school head association in relation to policy development? Could you please elaborate?
I think it is a very difficult one, that, because it always depends, and it varies according to the government in a sense, because sometimes professional associations are presenting policies and suggestions trying to influence policy by governments, and some governments listen more than others, so it can be variable over time. I think that is a big issue. But I think it is something that professional associations can do if they've done the research and they're using evidence sometimes from other countries and showing what good practice is. I think over time that they can influence. And I think that ultimately it's rather like sometimes when when I'm meeting with the Department of Education, there's a group of people who will advise, and we can advise and advise and advise, but sometimes really the reply comes back, the minister is minded, so that even once all the advice has been given, they do not always follow it. But I don't think that's a reason for not doing it. And sometimes it is a question of not having a huge win, but making small wins to make some things which might not be so palatable to school leaders in schools at least a bit more acceptable. So it can be various degrees, but it can vary with all the dynamics in that, quite often according to the minister, how willing they are to work and cooperate with school leaders, or to listen to them or not.
Okay, thank you very much, Chris. I'd like to close this this short roundtable and open for final remarks. I've got one last question for you, Tapio, and that has been on my mind for about the whole roundtable we have. What do you think of our recommendations, and do you support them?
Well, I think that they are very much, of course, in line if you compare your recommendations with the, let's say, the policy priorities within the European education area. I think that, you know, we are both touching upon the same issues and same goals. So yes, of course they are aligned, and I will actually invite everyone, you know, to look at those documents, the communications on the European education area and the Digital Education Action Plan, and do some, let's say, analysis by yourself also to see that what are the priorities and how they are then translated in your recommendations.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your commitment, Tapio. Miguel, Daniel, Susan, chance for last remarks?
Well, I will.
Please
I have this advantage that I am in the room, so I can always just grab the floor if I wish so. But I just wanted to comment on what Chris said about the fact that this policy shaping or policy affecting or setting policy agenda is such a long-lasting process, and is indeed very long-lasting process. It's very challenging, often complex, and sometimes when especially I think Fred could say that as well, as we've been in this business for some time, it's sometimes even discouraging to be affecting policy. But nevertheless, there are in fact two parts of this that are so important. One is to be organized, to have a voice, to have an organization with capacity, with people, with money, with clear vision and clear message that you want to pursue. And the second is a long-lasting perspective, or a long-term perspective, because we are all like those little drops that are trying to shape the rock. We are all as those people that, well, our work may seem insignificant, but it isn't. It does contribute to the very strategy on education, and education in particular at the European Union level has a tremendous and a very important role to play. And I wanted to leave you with this because I think that it's very important for us to realize that although it is such a long-term process, it really does make sense to be here, to work together, to show that we exist, and to affect policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Miguel, please.
Two key final remarks. First, policymakers must not lead the implementation of these recommendations, but to create the conditions to make it possible. So I think that understanding the role of a policymaker, even of a policy implementer, is very important, because otherwise people cannot feel that they are participating actively within the implementation, and the best way to do it is to feel that they have leading, that they are the leaders of the issue. And the second remark, each policy level must translate a generalistic recommendation into its specific level. I mean, when I'm reading improve active citizenship by the use of digital tools to allow school leaders, teachers, students, and parents, and so on, what does it exactly mean for a local government? What does it mean for a regional government, for a national government, and for the EU? I am sure that each recommendation has a specific translation to be done, and this must be through a dialogue between administrations to make it real. Thanks.
Well, last person that I did an introduction around was Susan. So I'll start with thanking Susan and Daniel, Chris, Miguel, and Tapio for your commitment and your also very honest question to my sometimes challenging questions. So thank you very much. I'll hand over to Esther now. I think she will announce the final session of today, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tapio Savola is staying with us to end the conference with informing us about the new policy priorities of the European Commission. He has a presentation, and we have his slides. He has sent them to us. You will see on the screen the best kind of resolution. So before I hand over to you, Tapio, I just want to ask you to say when you want the next slide to be shown, and we will change. Just say next, please, and then we can change the slide. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I understand that this is, let's say, towards the end of the very hard working week, but I will do my best to be, let's say, short and precise. I actually managed to, because I don't have the web streaming in my computer, but I managed to probably be, for once, digitally creative, and I can see now the slides in my mobile phone, which is next to my computer. So I will speak about the European education area and the Digital Education Action Plan, and you can now move to the next slide, please. So, okay, here you can see that actually this European education area is a very broad initiative. It was adopted something like a year ago. It has 6 different dimensions, but of course we highlight now in this context mostly the dimension on teachers. And in the next slide, actually you will already see some of the initiatives that are related to teachers directly. But you will also see, you can move to the next slide, please. But you can also see that we have basically initiatives that are directly for teachers and for teaching professions, and to address those shortages and appreciation, etc., etc. But then we have a plethora of initiatives that teachers are key in terms of implementation. And we very much recognize that those teachers, or without involving teachers into any of those initiatives, no reform can be a success. So let's go to the next slide. I'm not sure if I see it changing. And still one more.
Delay. The streaming is a bit delayed, so when you say next slide, I show the next slide.
Okay, fine. So you will, at the same time, you will test my memory, because I should, of course, remember what is there in the next slide. But okay, I think that the next slide is about the kind of vision that we have on teachers and teacher education. And it is a long sentence, but you will see that it is indeed about the continuum, starting from high-quality initial education and training, followed by induction and mentoring, and then to the point, professional development opportunities. And it also mentions mobility, which is very much at the heart of the European education area and the initiatives that we are doing. And on this basis, I suppose that the next slide is about career frameworks. So this is something that is also very much at the heart of the European education area, because you know that we have these shortages, we have the issues of appreciation of the profession, and we also want indeed, to make sure that the teaching profession is not a kind of, not only a one long road, but that you can try out different things. You can change your, let's say, tasks and professions. And at the moment, there is actually quite a good report in the School Education Gateway, and I think that the link is also there for that, on the working group on schools that was already preparing this idea of having national career frameworks and also later on European guidelines for this. And we are now working actually with 6 countries on the basis of peer learning to achieve this. In the next slide, you should see the European Innovative Teaching Award initiative that we have launched actually this year. In September it was launched by our commissioner, and now you could note down that on 20th of October there will be a European award ceremony. It will be online, of course, and that will complement the national events that are taking place also at the same time. And there will be actually 104 awards, if I remember correctly, starting from early childhood education up to vocational education and training. One thing I already mentioned is mobility, and the idea is here that we all know the benefits of mobility, but we also know the obstacles and things that are, let's say, not making mobility as a kind of integral part of teacher education and teachers' careers as we would like to have it. So the idea is that we will work with member states and stakeholders to create a policy framework looking at these things. This work has not yet started, but we will launch it most probably in the end of this year and work on that in 2022. So the next slide can then be about an example of the tools that are directly helping teachers in their work, and this selfie, which is actually following the very successful selfie for schools, but this is now a tool that will be launched actually on 5th of October in Slovenia, and it is a tool for teachers themselves to assess their digital competencies, and of course after that they should be able to define their learning needs and choose the best ways for developing those competencies through training. Then in the next slide you will see the new initiative, which is the Erasmus Plus Teacher Academies, and I'm sure that you are aware of it because it has been launched a long time ago. Actually, the deadline for applications was now in September 7th, and we got quite many applications, and now what is happening is that the executive agency that is managing this call is now starting the evaluation process, and we hope that these projects will be starting at the beginning of 2022. I think that you can skip the next slide on teacher academies, because what we do, I'm quite sure that you are already aware of this. If you have questions later on, I'm happy, of course, to answer them. So the next one is about this blended learning, and I think that one of the speakers already mentioned this blended learning, and even if it in a way was, let's say, starting from the pandemic and from blending distance learning and on-site learning, this recommendation goes much further, and it indeed recognizes the blending of different learning environments, different tools, different ways of teaching and learning. So going to museums, to nature, to sport facilities, etc., etc. And this proposal for the recommendation has already been published in August. So this is online. And by the way, with all my slides, I tried to put, the title with a hyperlink to the Commission websites where you can find more information. Next one, please. So the next one will be then about the education for sustainable environmental sustainability. And this is again something that is of course quite topical, we all know it, and it is again an example where the Commission makes a proposal to the Council to create a kind of policy framework, but not only a policy framework, but also a competence framework on sustainability that should then help schools and teachers, and students themselves to see what competencies they should be developing in order to ensure environmental sustainability. So this is coming still, this has not yet been published. The next one is indeed about the pathways for school success. And again, here you see we were discussing, for instance, one of the workshops today, the importance of inclusion. And this is very much about the inclusion, student well-being, making sure that every student has the possibility to develop their skills up to full. And some of you may remember that there was in 2011, there was this recommendation on early school leaving, which is actually building on this idea of monitoring, prevention, intervention, and compensation. And the same principle applies here in this new recommendation, and on top of this, we are establishing also a working group on student well-being. This is again something that is very much also building on the collaboration with the OECD that recently published some quite worrying information on students' well-being, the bullying, and these kind of things that we should tackle. But finally, we should not, of course, forget this Erasmus Plus program that has now an increased budget and that has also much more focus on inclusion, on green education, digital competencies, and also the idea is that it would be more participatory in the sense that even smaller, let's say, organizations, NGOs can take part. So I think that this is something that is very useful. My final slide is actually for more information. So this is a bit of, let's say, homework, if I may, for you to check. And I hope that these links are useful for you to get a good understanding of the work of the Commission and the EU as a whole in the field of education. So I'll stop here, and I know that this was a quick run-through of all of those initiatives. Indeed, you have hyperlinks there in the slides, and we can share those slides. And of course, I'm here to explain more whatever you want to ask about those questions, those initiatives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Tapio, for this concise presentation of the new and ongoing European Commission initiatives in the field of education. I can tell those who haven't read the work plan for next year, who are not members of EEPN, that the Commission gave us the task to support this work substantially in the third year of the EEPN project. So hopefully we're going to pick up where we are finishing now, because we have reached the end of the official part of the conference program. So I'd like to ask Mikkel to join me here to close the conference. As the coordinator of EEPN, this was a great pleasure for me to have you all here and online at the final conference of year 2 of the European Education Policy Network on Teachers and School Leaders. It was an especially good opportunity and a pleasure to co-organize this conference with Mikkel. We had a lot of challenges. We have experienced firsthand what we are talking about when we are talking about competences and roles in the digital age and using digital technology. Still, I hope that our friendship will survive it. And to thank you for all the effort, because it was a huge job on behalf of the Autonomous University of Barcelona to help us with the organization and to co-host this event. I just want to make sure that what the ESHA board and Fred has prepared for you as a small present will make it possible for you to not use any digital technology for some time. So I would really like to thank you for all your help, and I will ask you to close the conference.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Fred. Thank you, Lutza. And thank you, all of you who have attended to this conference in our beloved city. It was a pleasure to welcome you all in our festivity. I figured that you will have the opportunity, once we finish the reception, to go for a walk and enjoy the party in the streets and joining the Barcelona people for celebrating the annual festivity. And just let me say as a final remark that today we have experienced the future in the present. We've caught the present with our hands, and we've made it real with this conference with regards to this blended model of conference. For sure, this is a starting point, and as every starting point, there are things to be revised and improved, but be sure that this is the beginning of a new process, the beginning of a new way of doing, exchanging knowledge, and creating new ideas and policy recommendations that has come to stay. And I feel very proud to have experienced that activity on that blended format together with you. Thank you very much, and safe trip back home whenever you come back. Thank you. And now you are kindly invited to a final reception downstairs, where we will be able to have some little tastes from our region that I hope that you will enjoy. Thank you.